Chat. Good morning. I'm very tired. It is a relatively chilly Sunday morning. It's Sunday. I have good news. This is good news. I finally got the chest piece from 14 that I've been grinding for the past few days. It took like 8 runs total, 8 or 9 runs, which you might say, well, that's not too bad. The dungeon's only like 20, 30 minutes long, right? Depending if like somebody is super new or like their year isn't up to snuff. Yeah. That wasn't the bad part. The bad part was waiting like an hour and a half between most of those runs. But we're good. We got the thing. It's all fine now. I was more shocked to see a situation that happened several times where we would load it. This is Final Fantasy 14, by the way. We'd load in. The raid is not hard. I need to be so clear. The raid is not hard. I quite like it. But we would load in, and on more than one occasion, 2 or 3 people leave. And I always kept thinking, like, that's weird, because this is a really easy raid. Either they wanted something like Crystal Tower where they can turn their brain off. Which, sure, fine, whatever. Or maybe they wanted something more intense. Maybe they wanted Void Arc. I don't know. Regardless, I got the chest piece, and now all that's left is the Orbone Monastery, and then I have to go to Eureka to get the pants. I don't want to go to Eureka to get the pants. Nobody goes to Eureka, ever. But I want those pants. But it is what it is. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Morning. Oh, we're going to be painting some chaos today. I painted a bit of the Chaos Lord that Vivi gave me. And we're doing a different technique. I'll show you what I've done with him when we get over to the painting desk. But right now, it's not that time. We're still waking up. We're still waking up, everybody. Oh, boy. I'm waking up. I'm catching up on emails. Most emails that go to the Numbskulls official account are just like, hey, either it would be really, really cool if you gave this AI thing a shot, or it's like, hey, there's this new game coming out. We'd like you to maybe check it out. And those are good. I like those ones. Or it's like a business opportunity. Unfortunately, though, most of those business opportunities are also AI bullshit. And I don't want anything to do with that. Gary and I have made our stances very clear. Like, I don't fuck with the AI. I don't fuck with it. I don't want it. Okay, GW's front page on there. Okay, one second. I'll show you the front page of their thing in a second, but I wanted to get to their community page because we have some things to talk about. There's new 11th edition stuff to discuss. And because it's the weekend, we're not getting any updates, thank God. No, Ava just turned off the stream and suddenly there's like more information about 11th edition or things of that nature, because that's been really biting me. I would go like, guys, I think I'm tired. I'm gonna go not be online anymore. I turn off the stream and that's immediately when they're like, good, he's gone. Release the article. Finally, he's gone. New London Water Park opens today. '11th edition lore bomb. I don't give a fuck about the lore. That's so funny for me to say, but I feel like I need to explain myself whenever that comes up. But like, the lore for 11th edition, the lore blurb doesn't matter past, yeah, we're on Armageddon. That's the set that we're working with for the beginning of the edition. Like, that's fun. Nothing ever happens. That's right. Nothing ever fucking happens in Warhammer. Call me when something happens. It won't. Things will feel like they're happening. And that's fine. I like having discussions like that, but then I see people getting upset like, oh my god, it's Marty as Calgar again. I'm like, yeah, of course. Of course it's Marty as Calgar again. Like, yeah, of course. A, Imperium. B, Space Marine. Yeah. They can't use Titus because that's John's Space Marine. He's part of the video games. We can't use those. So who's the next blueberry that we can use that's not a Primarch? Oh, Marnius Calgar. I had notes for a Marnius Calgar episode, and one of the notes that I have written down was people like Marnius Calgar even if they don't like Space Marines. But I have to cross that note out now. One part because... No, it's mostly because people have been making shitty, stupid memes. They've beaten the horse so thoroughly that Marnius Calgar is just like ugh, I'm so tired of seeing this guy. When it's like... he's gotten a model refresh after, like, nearly 10 years. Like, yeah. Okay. And... I need to be clear. It's fine to be sick of those memes, because 9 times out of 10, it's AI garbage anyway. But I'm not going to be like, GW needs to stop pushing this Calgar guy, because it's like, that's not them. Calgar got a refresh, and then it was radio silence until it was like, oh yeah, also he's on Armageddon. That's it. Ugh. And I'm saying this, and I know, some of you are going to be like, but Ava, you love Marnius Calgar. Yeah, I think Marnius Calgar is a really cool character. I'm so tired of Marnius Calgar. Brother, you've never read a Warhammer book. You're too deep into the meme mines. Literally! Yes! Okay, thank you. Yes, literally. Warhammer... Okay. I haven't seen Jujutsu Kaisen past what Ezzy, my good friend Ezzy, he showed me season 1, and then Carrie showed me like halfway through season 2. The last thing that happened is we're in like a train station and someone has been put into a box. If you know, you know. There was also an Evangelion reference, and I was like, that's pretty fucking cool. I liked that part. Anyway, that's how far I've gotten. But there's excuse me. There's a GIF I've seen going around of the office worker with the machete thing. The dude where all the girlies saw him pick up that guy by the ponytail. Like he has it like clutched in his arms, and all the girlies went, like that. What? That guy? The glasses? There's a GIF of him, like, I don't know the context, but he's like in a field and his arms are raised and he's smiling and it's like he's having just the best time of his life. That's what it feels like when you just stop paying attention to Warhammer memes. I swear to God, it's like you become free. Are you talking about JJK? Yeah, what's the guy's name? The blonde dude? Hold on, JJK, blonde guy. No, that's the guy who gets his ponytail grabbed. Nanami! Nanami! That's him. I fuck with him. I fuck with Nanami. He's cool. Bro's just like, I got a thing. That's what I do. Oh my god! Wait! I found it. It's not the GIF, but I've... Hold on. This is it. How it feels to enjoy Warhammer without, like, seeing the same meme posted every 10 seconds. Like... That's him! Yeah! Just having the time of his life, going like, yes. How it feels to engage with Warhammer by reading the books and playing the game and not just staring at memes. And if you like the memes, that's fine. I like the memes too. I think 4 times out... No, that's too generous. If you showed me 10 Warhammer memes, 3 of them will be funny. The other 7 are going to be jokes that are older than all of us. And the horse has been beaten. The horse has been stripped. The horse has been reduced to mulch. It's atoms. The horse is gone. The horse has been gone. And still, people come and they go, ah, but there's still a little bit of atoms in here. There's gotta be a little bit more. There's gotta be a little more of this horse down here. Peter the horse is dead. Beat the horse just a little bit more. I love the pain. I love the pain. Abaddon the Armless stopped being funny a year ago, and yet... Dude, okay, I love John. I love John a lot. I love John. He's one of my best friends. This happened like 1 or 2 years ago, where I was talking about Abaddon, and he made an Abaddon the Armless joke, and I screamed, that joke hasn't been accurate for 20 years. And he's like, yeah, but Abaddon the Armless. And I'm like, I get it. I get it. The horse has been dead for a decade. There's no bones anymore. It's just, it's you. You're coming to the spot that the horse died. And you're coming down and you're like, you're sweeping the fucking dust and shit. You go, the horse died here. How can you tell? There's bats everywhere. Mistyping the S in years, fair. The horse is vaporized, yeah. But like, I would also be lying if I said that wasn't kind of endearing. It's kind of endearing to see baby's first Warhammer meme. And what I mean by that is, when new people come in, and they start talking about Warhammer, and they start getting into like, haha, orcs believe and so it's real, or haha, Krieg shovel. There's something kind of beautiful about that. There's something kind of like, aww, there they are, there they go, oh. That's kind of sweet. I like that. Tyranid Hungy, like, yes, go. War Baby's first meme. There's a... Hold on. Okay, the meme I'm about to show, just ignore the caption, but it's also true. Look at this shit. This is what it feels like. You're like, oh, the same old meme. But then you're like, you're having fun. Oh, you like it. Oh, you like the setting. Oh, good, you're having fun. Yay. Yay! That's the attitude we should be having. That's the fucking attitude we gotta have, where it's like, Abaddon the Armless, wait. Oh no, you're having fun. You have whimsy in your soul. Yes! I'm surprised more don't make fun of Dante being in everything like Calgar. It's, okay. Possum? Are you watching the fucking stream? Possum just texted me. They texted me and said, Ava, Is this real? I'm literally shaking. Okay, so going back to what you're saying, Iron Warriors. The reason why this goes back to exactly what we were talking about. More people complain about Calgar because of the memes. The memes are oversaturated. The horse has been eradicated. But people still are making the jokes. And they're still making shitty AI whatever the fucks. I respect the Photoshop jobs more. But the AI ones, I'm like, this is fucking lame. Get the fuck out of here. Now, there is also, historically, Ultramarines have been shat upon. And I'm talking, okay, I had this conversation, we talked a bit about this, like, last week. Lore-wise, yes, Ultramarines get a lot of attention because they are like the Pikachu. My buddy and I, we had a great conversation, actually. I think it was quite productive. It started off a bit as an argument, but I think it ultimately became very productive. And at one point, he said, Warhammer is like Pokemon. And I took that and I said, you're right, because Pikachu is the mascot. Pikachu will be in every Pokemon game. But that does not mean that Pikachu is always going to be, like, the front and center. You know what I mean? Ultramarines are Pikachu. Yeah, they're gonna be there. Because, duh, it's fucking Pikachu. And this, okay, so, okay. 10th edition, Pikachu, right? We got a new Pikachu evolution. Oh my god, wow, it looks great. 11th edition, you know what 11th edition is? It's going, hey, let's focus on fucking Charmander. And people are like, oh my god, Charmander. And GW is like, also Pikachu is there. And people are like, what the fuck? But Pikachu has to be there. Charmander, it's so Jover. I'm making a comparison to another popular Pokemon, because let's face it, like, Blood Angels are popular. But, going back to what we were talking about Calgar, a big factor is the Calgar memes are beaten to death, and people are, like, annoyed by them. Secondly, people have a weird association where they just see the color blue and go, ugh, Ultramarines. That's it. Like, on reaction. Despite the fact, if I see people going, Ultramarines get everything, they always have something coming out, I want to break down to them, no, Ultramarines have maybe 6 actual, Ultramarines, unique units and characters, they have like 6 data sheets. Space Wolves have like 20. Space Wolves got, like, their entire army refreshed. Not a peep. Ultramarines get a couple unique units. Everybody freaks out. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, so that's a big thing. Also, the third thing, and someone mentioned it in chat earlier, the Matt Ward problem. So for those who don't know, back in 5th edition, which was over 20 years ago, Matt Ward wrote a majority of the codexes for 5th edition, and it brought in a lot of interesting lore changes that some people loved and some people didn't like. Let's look at the good. If we didn't have Matt Ward, we would not have Necrons as they are right now. Traz in the Infinite, Auric the Diviner, Imhotep the Stormlord, all of your favorite Necron characters, Matt Ward. Now, Ward also really, really, really liked Ultramarines and Grey Knights. In these editions, these two factions were very, very, very hyped. Had good rules. Good things going on. Now, the thing that people point to is Ultramarines are so awful because it's literally, I'm going to paraphrase, but it's basically the 5th edition Codex for Space Marines establishes that every single chapter envies the Ultramarines and wish they too were Ultramarines. Speaking as an Ultramarine fanboy, yeah, that's, I don't know about that one, Chief. But I also want to look at that and kind of take that apart a bit. And obviously things were a lot looser back then. But that had to go through several people before getting finalized and then published. So I think putting that all on Matt Ward, I think that's a bit disingenuous, and I think that's a bit inaccurate. I would say it's just a factor of, yeah, it's old lore, it's weird, they tried something, it didn't work out, whatever. And then we move on. Because again, that was 20 years ago. You gotta let it go. What's the meme? Japanese soldier still thinks he's fighting for World War II, like, years after the war is over. That's what it feels like. I think Possum said that the Space Marine Codex was originally meant for Ultramarines, but they had to edit it. That could just be hearsay, though. I mean, I talk to Possum quite a bit, and Possum takes a lot of pride in getting the research absolutely perfect. Well, as perfect as any of us can be. We're all human. So I'd say that's pretty valid as, like, a source. I say as Possum texts me the Star Wars thing of, anyone else find this scene really hot when this alien farts at Jar Jar? Annie, please. Most people don't even know what Warhammer 40k was 20 years ago. I think they found holdouts as late as the 70s. Jesus. What's y'all's favorite faction? I love Dewa. I love Ultramarines. But that's not because, like, it's literally, it kind of begins and ends with my favorite color is blue. That's really where it begins and ends. Annie! Also vanilla. Dude, people want to fucking tell me... Dude, vanilla is great as fuck if you don't got a bitch in your ear telling you that it's, like, generic. I'm like, brother, this is one of the most... Dude, vanilla's more valuable than gold right now. What the fuck are you talking about? Are you stupid? Bro, vanilla's delicious. What is wrong with you? This shit's a luxury. And you're taking it for granted. Ava also likes Crimson Fist. Can you guess why? Exactly. Crimson Fist, color scheme, bitchin'. Love it. Dark blue, light blue, whatever. Give me blue. I'm looking at a blue amble right now. Speaking of ambles, that's another news story I want to talk about. There was some things that happened 2 days ago. So on Friday, something got leaked. We'll talk about it. There's a news story. That'll be pretty much our primary story, because the rest of it is just going to be talking about 11th edition rules. But again, most of it is just speculation of, excuse me, oh my gosh, things that we have been shown through the, oh my gosh, faction focus. I like salamanders. Green is also my favorite color. Literally, that's what mostly it comes down to. That's literally what most of it comes down to. Dude, you want to know why a lot of people go to successor chapters? Because they'll be like, I really like salamanders, but I don't really fuck with green. You know what I do fuck with? Black and purple. So I'm going to go with dark krakens. It's literally that simple. Like, it's so simple. Us humans, we're just like, I like this thing. Some people go like, dude, the yellow, I love yellow. Imperial Fists, Sides of the Emperor, Marines Malevolent. Here you go. Here you go. Personally, when it comes to stat, that was when I was supposed to wake up, but I did it early. Salamander's green for 40k, not my vibe, not my tempo. I think it's way too vibrant for my tastes, and it's completely a personal decision. But Heresy salamanders, that more olive tone, love that. I love me some olive. If I'm calling out my White Scar successor chapter, I paint yellow. Again, it's literally just, I want to paint blank, but I don't like blank's color scheme. So I will change it, and it'll be either their successor chapter, or I'll make up my own successor chapter. It's that simple. That's all it is. I like Space Wolves. They have a lot of kit bash parts from the Wolf Scouts and the Bloodclaw. Dude, I fucking love Space Wolves, but if I were to paint them, I don't know what I would do. I might go their, like, icy blue tone, or I might go their classic gray Heresy scheme, because I think the gray looks really, really good. I don't know why my voice is so fucked up today. You hear that? Do you hear my rasp? It sounds like I could narrate an audiobook right now. I'd be like, I walked into the bar. I saw on the table 3 things: a gun, a warrant for my arrest, and the tool that was the most dangerous of all, a large spider. A large spider. It was so big. I will now go on for 10 pages describing how spiders, arachnids you might say, are actually more dangerous than any animal on the planet, the apex predator of the insectide world. My colon blew up. Holy shit, are you okay? I'm slowly recovering. Good. A fellow colon exploder. There are dozens of us! I squatted 100 kilos recently. You got me thinking about a YouTube poop I saw. You can kill someone through several hundred kilometers or 11 feet. Authors barely disguise hyperfixation is my favorite thing in books. Go to tell me about spiders. I'm listening. Dude, okay. Who's that fuck-ass author that nobody likes and he kind of sucks? And in one of his books, he just looked up how to make a recipe, but the result came up Breath of the Wild recipes. So in his book, it's like, and then I took the Hylian shroom, and then... Do you know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about? It's crazy. Dude, if Possum was here, Possum would know. No, that's crazy. Hold up. John Boyne. John Boyne. What are you known for? He wrote Boy in the Striped Pajamas. That's it. Yep. Fucking John Boyne. Boyne's A Traveler at the Gates of Wisdom opens in 81 and ends 2,000 years later, following a narrator and his family. In one section, the narrator sets out to poison Attila the Hun using ingredients including an Octorok eyeball and the tail of the red Lizalfos and 4 Hylian shrooms. Amazing. 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 God. Was it a traveler at the gates of wisdom? Yes! You fucking got it. That's crazy. He's also a J.K. Rowling turf type, so you know. Yeah, no, of course. Like, he sucks. It's crazy to, like... It's crazy to see the actual bare minimum being applied to a piece of literature. You know what I mean? Bro, like, I can see him going and typing how to make poison or how to make whatever and just seeing the first result and going, yup, copy paste. That's it. Paint product recommendation. Look into Villainy Ink enamels and washes. They're really good. The company is Grimdark Compendium. Hey, I'm going to assume this is your first stream checking us out. Yeah. A part of these Chaos guys, the last step is Villainy Ink. I really like Villainy Ink stuff. I think it's really cool. I think their products are a little tough to use, and they take some getting used to, but that's like with everything. That's like with oils. That's like with acrylic. That's like with acrylics. Acrylics are the main thing that most people use when it comes to miniature painting, and still they take some getting used to. Different brands, different equipment, different mediums, different so on and so forth, you know? It's all just a learning experience. But yeah, no, I greatly recommend Villainy Ink stuff. I think their enamel washes are really, really good. I finished one of my nights yesterday in a stone stupor and put it onto my display case. I'm scared to see it now. Well, you won't know till you look at it. I didn't know you already had them. For the record, not first, but it's been a while, partially because the colon go boom. Oh, fair enough. Sorry about your colon. They just released an oil set? I did not see that. I only have... Hold up. Unfortunate name. It's called Goon's Grime. It's their green brown wash, and I really like it because it gives a cool, like, dusty appearance. Although if you check out my throne, shameless shill if you want to get me a gift or something. If you check out my throne, you can see, like, I have the whole set that I would like to have because I think they would be really cool for some different projects. But also, I just like having paints. I'll tell you what, though. My favorite paint brand, period. Favorite one, hands down. If you had to ask me, hey, Ava, I'm getting into Warhammer. What should I get? Generally speaking, there's always going to be paints that apply to different things, and different paints work better for different people. I know some people who have won Golden Demons, and they only use Citadel paints. I know people who never touch Citadel paints, and they use like a variety of like, and this paint is from Veo, and this paint is from Pro Acryl, and this paint is from Citadel over here. Like, you know what I mean? That being said, Pro Acryl, that's my shit. Monument Hobbies, that's the paint that works for me. I absolutely love Pro Acryl because I love matte finishes. You know me. We had a whole thing a couple streams ago, which I think those are unlisted. Chat, what if I hold up? I gotta go check these out. I gotta see if they're still unlisted. If you saw like I had a stream a couple, like 2 or 3 streams ago. Yeah, 2 streams ago, I had a experimenting with oil on the 7th. And we went into this. We went into the finishes and stuff. But like Pro Acryl dries matte. And it's one of the reasons that I absolutely adore them. Some people like a satin look. Citadel paints, Army paints, or paints, those dry satin. They have a slight shine to them. You know what I'm talking about? And then you have gloss. So, for those who don't know, you have matte, which is like light does not reflect off of it at all. Light doesn't bounce off. It is just flat. It is a flat color. Then you have satin, which is some light bounces off. It looks a little shiny, but not very much. And then at the other side of it, you have gloss, which is obviously very, very, very shiny. I like that really, really ultra matte finish because, I don't know, there's something about it that looks a little more painterly to me. I don't know. It all comes down to preference. You know any good strats for lion pelt capes? Trying to make some from scratch because I don't want to buy a box just for 2 capes, lol. I already have green stuff, but I want to give them some more vibrancy. So for pelts, if you want more vibrancy, Scale 75 is also very matte. I haven't used Scale 75 stuff, but I'll keep that in mind if I'm ever looking for a specific color. Lion pelts. Pelts in general, if there's not sculpted on fur, it becomes a lot harder. That's gonna be... Welcome to the art world. Genuinely, start looking up lion pelts. Look them up online. Watch some videos. How does the pelt interact with light? How does the pelt look if it's very far away? How does it look if it's very close up? And just look at that, and then try to copy it. But if you're talking about, like, sculpting it, I'm afraid I can't really help you there. There's lots of videos on YouTube about sculpting pelts and things. But me, personally, I haven't done a whole lot of sculpting. It's one of the areas I'm the weakest at. I remember taking like pottery classes and ceramic classes in high school, and I was terrible at it. And there were people in my class who were making fucking gorgeous works of art. But me, I was making like a fucking square thing with some nubs, and I was like, it's an alligator maybe. That's not my forte. Nope. Sculpting, not my thing. But I could get good at it through practice and determination and stick-to-itiveness. But I just haven't had the chance to. I've done some green stuff, but mostly it's been filling in gaps. That's about it. I'm looking at purples for Aquilin Shield Custodians. Got any purples you recommend? What kind of purple are you looking for? Are you looking for like that really dark, rich purple? Because purple is a spectrum. Purple is a lot like any color where you have like, you can go more into red, or the more you go into red, the more you go into like burgundy and like magenta. Whereas when you start going more into blue, oh, here we go again. Hold up, everybody. Here it comes. You're gonna see it. It's time for an impromptu GIF image. What the fuck? What the fuck? That's a static image. What do you mean? Oh my god. We're gonna use this one. What was that? Oh, it's Nikki. Hi, Nikki. Here it comes. Why is it so big? Oh my god. 1 second. Trigger warning. Learning. Here we go. Okay. So, if we look here, let's look at violets, because that's what... purple, right? So, violets. Violets, you can either start going more into blue or more into red. This chart is weird. What is this chart? This chart is very strange. Whatever. It's fine. But, depending on what you want... It's Angelo Mon from the hit game Nikki. That's damn true. But the more you go in, so start from violet, and the more you go toward red, the warmer the color is going to become. If you go more toward blue, the colder it's going to become. That's essentially how it works, right? So, pick your poison. I would generally recommend picking something that either complements or contrasts with the main armor choice. So let's say you're doing custodians. Let's say you're doing, gold, right? Yellow. It's directly across from the violet, from the mauve. It's going to contrast, and it's going to look really good. But it might not look too good if you start picking more like magentas or pinks. Wouldn't look really good there. Yellows and blues work really well. Those are two primary colors. This color wheel sucks. Hold up. We gotta find a better one. This cannot be... No. I find color wheels genuinely, the more basic, the better. Hold up. Silver and purple, fuck. Yeah. Purple is a pretty good color to start with. Purple's a great color to just put on anything. If you want something to look really, really vibrant and you don't want to use black shadows, use purple shadows. Because again, purple's one of those colors that you can just throw in. Coming in with a color scheme for CSM? No, I'm discussing how color theory works in pretty vague, loose terms. Oh my god, this is gonna look so bad. HTML document? Dude, nobody fucking uploads JPEGs anymore. Fuck off, dude. Okay. Here's what we'll do. I really like this from Base Museum. Wheel. Wait, where did that save? Did that save into my Magnus? No, that saved into my pictures folder. That's fine. That will work. You want to see historically accurate Jesus? Where'd he go? Hey, Jesus. There's the wheel. Okay. I like this one better. It's more simplistic, but it helps us. I feel people will get way too lost in the weeds. Color theory is a rabbit hole you can go down, and color theory is a thing that you can really, really, really get into, in the sense that you will get lost. You will never start a project because you're like, oh, what if it's like complementary? But whatever. Does the color look good? Use it. That's essentially what color theory is. It can make... color theory is a thing to learn, like all art techniques. It is a thing to learn so that you can understand it and know the rules so that you know how to break them. If I had a model that was like yellow and orange, it would kind of not look very good on the tabletop because we want to pick bold, either complementary or contrasting colors in order to have the best, like, eye-catching model from a distance. Because remember, most of these, we're playing from, like, 3 feet away. There's a reason why Ultramarines are blue and have... They're the primary colors. Blue, yellow, red. Blue, yellow, gold. And then red helmets and red details like the capes and stuff. Imperial Fist. Same exact thing. They're yellow, and then they get red helmets and red capes and stuff. They have blue lenses in their helmets. It usually just comes down to pick 3 colors that are somewhere on the wheel and not too similar to one another. So, like, if I had green, look here, green, and let's say I'm making salamander, so I'm picking green, and I go, I want the secondary color to be a yellow-green. What? No, don't do that, because that's going to blend together. When you look at the model, it's going to look like, yeah, it's green, but you're going to be like, actually, the shoulder pads are yellow-green. Like, no, no one's going to see that. But if you take green, and then you add... You're going to notice that black and white are not on this chart. That's because those are neutral tones. You can always add black or white to a scheme, and it'll look pretty good. So when we're working with, to answer your question, when we're working with something like custodians, which generally speaking are gold, I'm assuming you're making them gold. Yellow. Directly across from that, purple. These colors are going to go together. Let's say you had purple as your primary color. Emperor's Children. Purple. Yellow, secondary color. Oh my god. Oh. Now we have a contrasting complementary scheme. You look at it and you go, ooh. Ooh, that looks good. Now, what do we use for our tertiary? What do you mean by tertiary? These are things like gems. These are things like eye lenses. Well, where can we go? Well, look here, because we have a direct line from yellow to purple, right? Hey, pick your poison. Where do you want to go for lenses and stuff? You could go orange. You could go red. You could go blue. You could go green. You're using Darkstar's Regency Gold as the primary. Yep. Regency Gold. Okay, so something similar to Retributor Armor. It's a very yellow gold. Very warm toned. I would suggest something more like a colder purple. If you go for something that just says purple, go for that. There's a lot of, hey, if you're a history nerd and you like heraldry, this exact same shit applies. And it's the same kind of thing, too. Heraldry also has rules. You want to know who also broke those rules all the fucking time? People making heraldry. Gonna go cyan for the lenses. Still trying to decide on the gems. Try to make them all cyan. Not all of them. Like, don't paint them all, like, immediately. What you should do is you should paint the lenses cyan. And then paint, like, one gem cyan as well. And if you really like that, go for it. But if you want something else, I would pick something that is going to contrast with the cyan. So you would be looking at, like, red-orange or orange. You know? I want to come up with a color scheme for my minis, and this is perfect timing. I try to visualize it as, and this might be a bit, this might alienate some people because some of you don't play things like fighting games, but I'm assuming most of you have things like, I'm assuming most of you play video games at some point or another, or you've watched like anime or something. Take your favorite anime character, or take your favorite fighting game character. I go to fighting games because this is like very, very, very clear in fighting games like Street Fighter and stuff. Think of your favorite fighting game character, your favorite character from a video game, and break down their color scheme to 3 colors. Break it down. Break it down. If I put 3 pixels in front of you. Let's say we're talking about Street Fighter, and I put 3 colored pixels in front of you. And it was black. Sorry, it was red, yellow, and black. You're going to think, that's Ken. And that's from 3 little pixels, 3 little colors. That's it. Even your favorite drink, yep, branding, advertising, very much into color theory. I'm currently figuring out how to do good saturated but not nuclear looking green. Do you mean, by nuclear, do you mean like not yellow green? Because the way to fix that is to take your mid-tone green, which is the main green of your salamanders, I'm assuming you're working with, or dark angels, and then mix in white. That's it. Orange, green, blue, Blanca. I mean, even then, go back even further. Because Blanca had yellow pants at some point, right? It was like a yellow brownish pants. Orange hair, green skin, yellow pants. There we go. Master Chief, olive, drab, gold, black. Exactly. Look at your favorite video game character, your favorite anime character, and just break it down. What do you think of Pro Krill's royal purple? If I remember royal purple. Oh yeah, that'll be perfect for them. Yeah, royal purple. And again, you're gonna work with Pro Krill paints. My favorite paints. Yeah, royal purple. That'll work perfectly for what you're looking for. Spawn, black, white, and red. You're forgetting something. You're forgetting something. Red. And the green. Good job, chat. The green eyes. You need something that's gonna like really... Even the most minor color will make a huge difference in a presentation of a character. And this is where we start to get into things like tertiary color schemes, secondary color schemes, monochromatic color schemes. There's a lot of different avenues you can go because, like, monochromatic is deceptively tough because if you have something that is one color, you're working with black, white, color. That's it. And that's pretty tough. Let's take a look at an example. How do you know someone's favorite color is green when they like it more blue and yellow combined? Maybe. I mean, again, it all depends on people. But here, let's look at an example of monochromatic schemes. Curse City. This is monochromatic. What are our colors? White, black, red. Different tones of red, but still red. Monochromatic schemes are here to be bold. They're here to be striking. Got some Nids and Marines recently, painted as Iron Hands and High Fleet Kronos, and have been looking to mix it up a bit. Schemes like Iron Hands are really tough, because when you have a main color, when the main armor color is something that's already a neutral tone, such as black or white, your color choices need to be different in that... I'm going to start saying things that are a little weird, because you have Black Templars, which are painted with a cold black. And then there's neutral blacks, and then there are warm blacks. How do you tell the difference? Well, there are things like warm and cold grays, and then you highlight the armor like that. Whereas a colder black would be highlighted with something like more toward blue or blue grays as to highlight the armor color. So it'll look colder because you're adding more blue. And then with whites, it's a bit weird because with black, because you're starting from the darkest color, it's all about highlighting. Whereas white is a little tougher because you have to do the reverse. It's all about what do you put into those shadows. So if you had white, how do we get a cold white? Again, we go back to what we just talked about. You add blue. So blue shadows will give it a more cold appearance. Whereas brown shadows, and even then you could do like a colder brown, which is like a dark Rhinox hide type deal. Or you could go with a warmer brown, which is more something like Scrag brown or Mornfane brown or Agrat's Earthshade or whatever. But brown, generally speaking, will make the white, brown in the recesses will make the white look warmer. White scars. White scars usually have brown in the shadows to make them look warmer. And this complements that their main color after that, after the white, is red. It's a warm, vibrant red. Again, all of this, it's just math. I'm just trying to... I'm not trying to like force any like type of thinking upon you, but I'm basically trying to give you the tools and the language that you can do your own research and go, I like blank color scheme, and I want to be able to break down why that color scheme works. Why is this color scheme appealing? If you have two colors, let's say you're working with ultramarines. You've got blue and gold, right? Blue and yellow. What are we picking for our tertiary? Let's say you don't want to do red. You wanted to go green. Congratulations, you just made the fourth company. All of this shit is just math equations, visual math. That's all it is. And again, it's a whole rabbit hole because you start with color theory and then you might get into things like, well, there's color temperature, which we just mentioned a little bit. Well, there's intensity and vibrancy of colors because you could use very, very intense colors, but then also dumb them down to make them more desaturated. It's a lot, and it can feel overwhelming, but a lot of it you have already subconsciously realized, but you just don't necessarily have the language for or the words to describe it, which is essentially what having language for. Sorry, I'm still waking up, so a lot of things I'm saying are just going to be like redundant. You also have a lot of examples of people going in and taking what is essentially a color combo that shouldn't work and making it work by things like color temperature, by things like intensity, vibrancy, and then you go, wow, that really works. That's interesting. Thank you, Miss Clicks, for the follow. Welcome, welcome. I've also just made 2 of the previous streams public, and they're in the painting Discord. We're going to see if people start commenting, please stop flooding my inbox, and then I'm going to feel really embarrassed or really bad about it. It's going to be crazy. I like getting back to companies and people on Sundays. Because I know they're not going to respond back immediately. And then they'll get back to me tomorrow. And then that's tomorrow's problem. Morning, painters. Morning, morning, morning. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're just shooting the shit. We have some news, though. Breaking news. Breaking news coming in from the Warhammer offices. We have some breaking news. Our top story today. We have a leak. Leak. Oh my god. Do you think Death Guard would look good on a Zorn palette? Let me see it. Zorn palette. Zorn. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Can blank work with blank palette? Yes. You just gotta approach it differently. Using a specific type of palette is just a challenge. I think that'd be really fun if we got to a point where everybody, maybe for like a mini of the month or something, we have the community as a whole like get together and go, hey, we're gonna use this palette. God, I just knocked over something. Let's use this palette for this mini of the month and see what people do. Oh, that would be really fun. Ooh, I like that. Let's put a pin in that. Let's put a pin in that. All right. Breaking news coming in from the Warhammer offices. We have had a leak, everybody. A leak. Not from anybody that's a reputable source, but from GW themselves. Okay. Kill Team is coming out with a new mode. Not a new mode per se, but essentially a expansion of a mode that currently exists, where Kill Team is your skirmish game that requires 2 players to play around like 6 to 10 models on average, and then it's a very fun game. I really want to get into it, but they're adding a new mode and elaborating on a new mode that was seen added recently, where the 2 teams are essentially trying to complete objectives while there is a giant monster that they both must either deal with or try to destroy. This was first introduced with something like, what was it? It was the Nightbringer, the Catan shard of the Nightbringer. And then we had some information that there would be more things added, such as the Amble and the Zote. This is a way that they're bringing back older models from things like the Blackstone Fortress box. Things that, generally speaking, your Kill Team seems to be where most of the weirder miniatures are going to go live for a bit, which is actually perfectly fine. I like that sort of thing, because if they can't fit into an army, well, they can fit into this skirmish game, you know? Make your own bosses and reinforcements. Exactly. So, people were looking through the website, and it seems like if you searched the right parameters, you would see all the bosses that are going to be released for this mode, such as the Defiler, the Death Dread, Scouts, the big Votan car, Knight Armigers, Death Guard things, all sorts of really cool models that we will be able to fight as boss fights that neither player controls. Very cool! Very cool! Not released, but included in the book. Include how to make your own out of any model. That's great. That's amazing. Welcome. I have a lone scout sentinel. Maybe I can use him now. Yep. That's a boss. Kill Team, I think, as a game, is getting even cooler as time goes on. And I like that Kill Team is getting cooler, because I have interest in Kill Team. I think Kill Team is going to be pretty good for me to get into, especially with friends and stuff. My main barrier is that I want to learn 40k more before I learn Kill Team, because Kill Team will teach you the wrong mechanics. Kill Team keywords and 40k keywords are not interchangeable. They are not. Kill Team got to spearhead people working on it in tandem. Yeah. No. We know this from Adepticon that apparently the AOS and 40k teams are no longer teams. They're working as one gigantic team. Has great models and is a ton cheaper to get into. Yep. Yeah, Kill Team is a different game. It's completely different. There's a lot of stuff in 40k that I am interested in getting models for, but have no interest in collecting a full army. Space Marines, I can live with. But there's also a lot of Space Marine chapters that I would love to maybe have a Kill Team for, but don't necessarily want a full army of. You know what I mean? I know both systems in depth, they don't share any rules. Yep, they have like similar sounding keywords like heavy, but they do not work the same. They don't work the same. They don't do it. They don't work the same. So, if your friend is like, hey, get into Kill Team, it'll get you into 40k. No, wrong rules. Yeah, I'm a very big fan of this. This is very cool. I've got Armageddon Fever. First time for me, so I'm not sick of it, but I have no qualms if they choose to Cadia it with Gaz cannonballing through the planet from orbit. Listen, we talked about this briefly, and I've talked about it on a couple of these painting streams. Lore for this edition stuff, it's not gonna matter. Listen, all this is, hey, here's the background of the minis fighting. That's all it is. And then they'll release a book called Armageddon or something, and it'll have like... Well, they're actually doing that now. There's like a short story collection. There's an anthology coming out that I am interested in, because there's some fun stuff that sounds like it's going to get talked about in there. So I'll definitely be checking that out. But as far as like, I wonder if there's going to be any big lore changes. I was there too. A long time ago. I was there going like, and then this is going to happen, and then like this gigantic thing that's going to change the setting forever. No, that's not going to happen. Things will happen, maybe. Is background music FF14? Yeah. Grimalda's Dreadnought to make people mad. That would require things happening. But nothing happens. In 40k, the plot does not progress. Things are added and sometimes removed, but nothing happens. Remember when the lion came back? Remember that? He showed up, and then a thing happened that has not been talked about or mentioned once in years. Grimaldus went through Primaris just to make a new mini. Yep, that's all it is. When it comes to Kill Team, message me, call me a tool, but I'd be hella useful during your games. I'm chilling. He showed up and hasn't done shit since. Welcome to all of 40k. The most 40k has ever changed was the return of the Primarchs in general, with Gilliman coming back with the Primaris Space Marines. That was the most the plot has ever progressed. And I see people to this day going like, I wish the plot didn't progress. I wish it stayed stagnant and fighting in this setting where nothing ever happens. My brother in the Emperor, that's the setting. It's just sometimes a new guy shows up and goes, I will do important things, maybe. Return of Big G wasn't really even in a book. Dude, Gilliman showing up was to... Okay. Do you want to know why that happened? Because I'll tell you. 8th edition happened because fantasy died. Fantasy died. Fantasy famously, Warhammer Fantasy famously never sold well, period. It sold okay, but as time went on, people didn't need to collect more things for their armies. Things like the army books and stuff were inconsistent. Some armies would go multiple editions without ever seeing an update to their forces. And so things were just kind of slow. Famously, Space Marines and 40K in general. A single box of tactical Space Marines outsold all of Fantasy. Now, here's the thing. Fantasy had to stop being a money sinkhole the moment that Middle-earth stopped being profitable. Because Middle-earth was really, 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 really profitable until those movies ended. And they could ride on that cash for a little bit, and 40K was doing enough. But at a certain point, GW was going, our profits are going down. We need to do something. Fuck it. We need a new game. So they kill Fantasy. They do AOS. It's a big mess. If you go back and read those AOS rules, you can literally see in the rules themselves how rushed this was. This was not a big plan. This was a fuck it, code red. We're losing so much money. We need to recoup our losses. That happens. AOS has a rough start. It's been about a decade though. It's in a great place now. Old World is back. Money is up. But in that time, they also said, we need to avoid this happening with 40K. So what do? Well, we need to resell Space Marines, because the main problem with Old World is that people didn't want to buy newer stuff because we didn't update it. So we're going to make new Space Marines. We're going to call them Primaris Marines. We're also going to make them, stats-wise, have one more wound, or was it one more toughness? They had one more something, and they had better armor penetration on their bolters. They're also going to be bigger and fancier and look better. But how do we also get people's attention? Well, and this is all in the idea phase, what if we did something crazy and brought back a Primarch? It gets approved, the sculpting process begins, 2 years later, it's about time. They start making the lore for it. They talk about how the Primaris Marines, blah, 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 blah. They're even better than normal Marines, all that shit. Gilliman woke up from a big nap, yada, yada, yada. And then also we're going to refresh some Nurgle stuff too. And also we're bringing Mortarion back. We're bringing the Primarchs back. That's the main idea thing to get our maximum funds. And then you get to... So you get past the sculpting process, you then get into marketing, and you get into the lore blurbs right before release. You start printing books, you start printing boxes, you release it, it's 8th edition, here we are. Cut to 9th edition, more and more Primaris, more and more refreshes, Necrons get a big refresh, 10th edition, Tyranids get a big refresh, 11th edition, Orcs get a big refresh. More Primaris, more updated models, etc., etc., etc. Fantasy, why GW? No, not why GW. Why not GW? Speaking as somebody who has to think about things from a business perspective, now granted, I am like my own business. If I have something that is burning a hole in my wallet, you don't keep supporting it. You get rid of it. Were the Chaos Primarchs around before Gilliman? We had, do you mean lore-wise, or do you mean models-wise? Because models-wise, they started showing up around 8th edition. Because we had Magnus Mortarion, Gilliman, and then we had Angron and Lion, and then we have Fulgrim for 10th. Fantasy was a failed venture at the end of the day. They kind of dug its own grave with bad release schedules, as you already covered. Exactly. Like, the thing that killed Fantasy was not any... There's no finger to point when Fantasy died. It just died. And that sucks, but that's what happened. But now, cut to today, Old World exists. And Old World, from everything we could tell, from everything you can see from their quarterly reports, Old World is way more successful than Fantasy ever was. This also helps because Warhammer is more popular than it ever was. 40K obviously is like at the very tippy top of their sales, and then right underneath it is AOS. it gets a little weird because when you start considering things like Necromunda, Kill Team, and all of their other games, it gets a little weird with the things. But like the top 3 of their sales numbers that you can see on their quarterly reports is 40K, AOS, Old World, like right next to each other. Mortarion, for example, this miniature is sick. I can't imagine at the same time than the old Marine. Dude, okay. Can we talk about something? Can we talk about something? I promise you, I promise you, I promise you. This is not me going like, I love... Huh. Okay. Oh, right, because they had the Armageddon rules. All right. Can I say something? Can I say something really quick? Gorgeous. Perfect. Amazing. Released around the same time as this garbage piece of shit. Can I say something? I wouldn't mind a Gilman refresh. I know! People are gonna kill me! They're gonna crucify me! They're gonna say, you're an Ultramarine fan, you want everything. No, I simply want a Primarch that doesn't look like Dookie. Just play Calgar, he's better? That's damn true. That's damn true. But look at that, like it is comparing apples and oranges. Look at this. Like, fuck off. Gilliman's model feels safe. It feels very safe. And that's what makes it boring. I think Gilliman, refreshed, go into the Roman aesthetic hella hard, give him some Turges, give him a cape. It would look great. What do you specifically not like? He doesn't look like an Ultramarine. Like, let's compare this with Lionel Johnson. Gorgeous, perfect, amazing, fantastic. The pose, the basing, the presentation is on point. Gilliman, he's doing a big step to unstick his balls. What's happening? What's happening? Nothing about this says Ultramarines. Now you might say, well, the logo. Well, yeah. No. What about this, from a silhouette, tells you Ultramarine? Nothing. This? Ooh. You got the hood, the hooded helmet, the winged helmet. Ooh. Gorgeous. Maybe a different pose. Genuinely, I think if they just remade him and gave him a different pose, and then honestly, just give him the leather Turges, give him a cape, and also, and this is a personal thing now. Get rid of that fuck-ass backpack. It's his life support system. I don't care. It looks awful. It looks terrible. Oh my god, I hate it. I hate the backpack. The backpack is so bad. I don't like it. Too much trim, too. The trim is fine. That's all right. That's whatever. Also, give him a helmet that's not just Mark 7, but big. Give him something that's like... I don't know. Something. Trim is way too messy. I do agree with that. The trim is like... Yeah, it's very fancy, obviously, but it's also like... Again, it doesn't say Ultramarine to me. It doesn't. I think Lion's model works way better because of its simplicity. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Night and day. And also, these models are like quite some distance between each other in release. And like already you can see the differences. Like Gilliman, it feels like the sculptors, they wanted it to be big and grand, but also very safe. They don't want to do anything too crazy, nothing too polarizing, so we're going to make him like, okay, he's got the sword. The sword, Gilliman, weirdly, in this pose, Gilliman is not the focus. It's the sword. The sword is the focus, which makes sense because like, oh my god, it's the Emperor's sword. Whatever, who cares? That's the main focus. Whereas Lion, the focus is him. The focus is him. This, not the focus. Gilliman's not the focus of this. When your eyes are looking at a miniature with any piece of art, the artist wants you to look at something and guide your eyes along the entire mini. When you look at Lion, your eyes are locked on his face. Locked on the head, and your eyes are going down, and you're going, whoa, look at that pose, look at that. And they might drift over to, oh, what's that shield? That shield's really neat, and looking at the sword, and then it's just, everything is leading your eyes down. Whereas Gilliman, again, your eyes are going down, but it's not focused on, oh my god, it's Gilliman, it's, oh my god, that sword. And you go down the sword, and then you see Gilliman, and then you see everything else, and it just kind of becomes a mess. Lion has too much aura? That's damn true. That's damn true. The fucking helmet options are crazy. Like, that, fuck off. That's awesome. Also, you can literally tell how old this is because, like, frankly, look at Lion's head compared to Gilliman's. Gilliman still has that old Space Marine sculpt type deal where it's like and also this might just be how they painted him because the heavy metal team famously like paints faces in such a way that oftentimes they don't look very flattering. But also like the head proportions. His head is fucking wide. Whereas Lion's looks more, you know, normal. Damn, we're talking a lot about art this morning. Make Gilliman wear massive Terminator armor at this point with the amount of life support he has? Nah, because Terminator armor with Ultramarines is the Marnius Calgar thing. Like, that's Calgar's whole thing. That's why they refreshed him, because they had him in the Gravis armor in 2018 as part of the refresh that we were just talking about with 8th edition. They had him in the Gravis armor to not only show, oh my god, it's Marnius Calgar getting an upgrade, it's also to show, hey look, this is the new direction we're going in, it's Gravis armor. And then people were like, I fucking hate Gravis armor, or I fucking love Gravis armor. Well, suffice it to say, now we have fans of everything. And now it's been, let's see, 2018 to 2025, and then he gets a refresh again. Then he's back in his Terminator armor. And we go back to what we were talking about now, from the beginning of the stream, where people are beating to death the fucking horse.
Marnius Calgar in Phobos armor. Marnius Calgar.
Do you like the Stormcast Eternals Paladins models? I think most of the Stormcast Eternals look really good, as long as they are, like, around the end of 2nd edition. Because the Stormcast from 1st edition, I think they look awful. I do not like how the old Stormcast look. I do not like it. They're from 2015. Hold up. I know it's not Stormcast. It's literally not what we were just talking about, but
Firstborn was so much better. They had so much more personality.
The personality in question. I don't know if GW sells them anymore. They probably don't. Chat, do you know about this model? Watch it. Watch. Look at those fingers. Look at those fingers. Ooh. This model has not aged very well. It's not good looking. He's got glizzies on his hands. It's Calgar's world, we're just living in it. It's so funny to say, though, because, like, Calgar is just Ultramarine Man. And, like, we're just going back to what we were talking about at the start of the stream, and Mark put it beautifully, where it's like, I'm so tired of Marnius Calgar. My brother and the Emperor, all your exposure to Warhammers through memes, not the actual books. Calgar's not that common. It's kind of nuts he even showed up in Space Marine. You want to talk about aura, though? Gorgeous. Beautiful. Potent silhouette. I think that's my main problem with Gilliman, is look at the silhouette of Lion, and then look at the silhouette of Gilliman. You see Lion, and it's like, oh my god, he's coming to kill me. You see the silhouette of Gilliman, and it looks like, oh, you weren't ready for the picture just yet. you weren't ready, actually. Oh, you're talking about Wazdaka? Yeah, Wazdaka's model looks gorgeous. Gorgeous. God motherfucking damn. Asal Sevatar? Who cares about that guy? Look at this dude. 30k. I feel like I would ultimately gravitate toward them, but they don't. Goodness gracious. Yeah. Like, really, if you look at the silhouettes throughout all of GW's models throughout their history, you can see how bold they start to get with their silhouettes. And especially, I mean, like, fucking AOS is a prime example of this, because we have all these Space Marines just standing, and there's only so many ways to pose someone who has, like, 2 axes or a gun and a sword. But then you get to AOS and you have, like, weird shit. You have, like, vampire centaur lady, and that's a crazy silhouette. Or you have gigantic fucking zombie dragon with a vampire riding it, and you go, oh my god, this is the most gorgeous model I've ever seen. What the fuck? You're Edna Mode from The Incredibles when it comes to GW? I mean, I'm just an artist with opinions, frankly. Cathonia, isn't that where Mr. Heresy is from? Yeah, turns out when you go full Heresy mode, a lot of people are going to be really mad about that and are going to go to your house and fuck up your carpet. Be'lakor, enough said. Be'lakor, we talked about it last time. Be'lakor is like one of the best miniatures they've made in like the past. Okay. You want to see genuinely one of my favorite models GW's made, like, period, across all time? This fucking guy. You want to know why so many people have done Golden Demons of this dude? Because this model, in and of itself, is like an art piece already. The sculpt, the head options, the vibe, the mood. It's perfect. It's perfect. the bell insane. It's so good. Look at the fucking antlers. Oh my god. Like, fuck off. That's so cool. Awesome. Fantastic miniature. Absolutely gorgeous. I was thinking about this since last time we were talking about, because I was talking about how cool the rot swords are, but I'm not super keen on AOS's rules for Nurgle. I think what I'm going to end up doing is taking the rot swords and just saying that they're Chaos Warriors and then mixing them into my Chaos Warriors for my Slaves to Darkness. I think that's what I'm going to end up doing. I gotta tell you, as cool as the Dark Water box is, God, what a cool mini. Oh, it's so gross. It's so gross, but it's so cool. The biggest hope I have from the AOS stuff is I'm like, oh my god, Beastmen. They didn't... You're as beautiful as the day I lost you. Oh my god. And then now we have the, where are they? The Pestigors. They're not on the recommended. Pestigor. And look at them. They look amazing. They look fantastic. You're as beautiful as the day I lost you, Beastman. Please come back. Please come back. I desperately need you. We need a Horseman of the Apocalypse type thing for every Chaos God, even the rat. Apparently the actual Darkwater game is doo-doo dog shit. Is that because you saw a YouTube video where someone played it and they didn't like it? Or is that because you know somebody who did play it and they didn't like it? I'm genuinely asking. I don't know. There are broken scenarios. They played it and the mechanics don't function. Yeah. That's pretty similar with what happened with Curse City. I've heard it's unplayable. I don't know if I would go that far. But again, I don't know. Old Town went to town dissecting. That's a shame. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they'll release something that's like, hey, we've heard your critiques. We're releasing like a errata or something. Unless you have a specific loadout, there are 2 or 3 unwinnable encounters. Interesting. Okay, chat, really quick. Hold on. Otherwise, I'd be gobbling that shit up. I hope at some point they release the Darkwater characters as like a standalone release for something like Cities of Sigmar as like a crew. You know what I mean? Like the Saviors of Hammerhall. I think that would be really cool because those the character models are what I'm the most interested in. You know what I mean? Well, actually, let's look at that because I actually don't know if they are not already available for cities. The Saviors of Cinderfall, that's what I was thinking of. Like, something like this. Just a group of misfits, they all have their own rules. Neve Black Talon also has a thing in Stormcast Eternals where she can do that. No. Oh my god, wait! Whoa, 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 whoa. It's just you left, huh? It's just you left. Oof. Oof. Ooh. Oh, that doesn't feel good. Oh, that feels sad. I feel sad. Ooh. Here's hoping... I'm raising my empty glass. Here's hoping we actually get to see more races other than humans represented in Cities of Sigmar on the tabletop. Because in lore, the cities are full of a variety of different races, not just humans. Majority humans, yes, but also, like, there is diversity. Oof, that Sork face. I mean, fantasy mini. 2010. Ooh. Oof. Oof. That feels sad. Look at those sprue gaps. I was talking to people about this on the Discord. I would love to see demons get a refresh because motherfucker, have you built bloodletters? Have you built these fuckers? Look at them. Look at this. What is this? Jesus Christ. Look at them. Don't you like mold lines in between these dainty little fingers and their even smaller claws? Don't you like how every single bloodletter has a gap between their actual face and their weird cone head? By design, because the way you make their faces is you take this part and then you shove it into the face part, and so you have to glue it in an awkward way, but this gap is always going to be there, so you either have to flood the area with glue and press it really hard so that it actually creates a binding that will fill that gap, or you have to use green stuff on every single bloodletter. I fucking hate bloodletters. I hate them. Demons, please get a refresh. Let's look at the old dog. You mean this thing? These things hold up. What year is this from? What year are you from? I think these are newer. Oh, you meant Scarbrand. Yeah, Scarbrand. I haven't built him. But model-wise, I mean, he's held up. His biggest crime is that he's tiny. He is teeny tiny. Let's look at that sprue, though. Yeah. Not crazy. New sprues can sometimes be too tight, and I wish the numbers and layout had flow, but we've gotten huge improvements overall. I totally agree. I totally agree. I mean, even as like recent as something like the Rubric Marines, I remember on stream you can like hear my reaction. I was going, oh my god, they're all just like the same number. What the fuck? If demons had to get a refresh, I would want bloodletters to look more like this guy. Not as fancy as him, but I'm saying like, give gauntlets, give a belt, give a chainmail skirt, maybe some rags. That's it. That's it. That's all you would need. And I would be happy. $2019. Yeah, see? 2019. Demons! Demon refresh in 12th edition. They will be focused with Ultramarines and Grey Knights. I don't mean to gas you out, but is your source a crack pipe? That... People have been wanting a Demons refresh and predicting a Demons refresh since 7th edition. I don't think demons are gonna be getting anything for a while. Now we're just going back to the other stream where we're looking at corn stuff and just looking at, like, goddamn. Corn could use with a touch-up. That's 2 mold technologies ago. That's a really good way of looking at it, actually. That was 2 mold technologies ago. Holy. I'll just steal from AOS where the gods are treated with respect. Yeah. Listen, if I want to play Corn, I'll play AOS where I get to have fun and not have a gambling mechanic. Gear of Chaos was a lie? Don't fucking mention that shit. That was so funny. Yeah. We're not gonna know shit about fuck with additions for a while yet. I mean, even with AOS. I mean, there were so many people who were, like, talking about that rumor of, like, all the realms merging and whatever the fuck. And, frankly, like, literally, it is too early to know that. It's way too early for that. Because those books are probably just now being written for 5th edition or the end of edition shit for AOS. It's just way too early. Like, it's not gonna happen. You're not gonna know. Everyone said I was smoking crack when I called 11th edition with orcs and going back to Armageddon. I mean, like, we could guess that that was the case. I think if anybody called you crazy for saying that is, frankly, like, not paying attention to the release schedules. But I'm telling you, guessing anything about 12th edition is... that's a fool's errand. Because you're taking shots in the dark right now. I'd like Plastic Trazen this year, maybe. You're getting it this edition, most likely, because occasionally they will... Occasionally GW releases patches. We all know this. But sometimes they release, hey, here's base size updates. And in the last one, Trazen went up from like a... I think he's on a 32 millimeter to a 40 millimeter. And it's like, oh... Huh, interesting. That's weird. It's fun to speculate, but that's all it is. Yeah, we can speculate about what a hypothetical 12th edition will look like, but until we get closer to the release, we will straight up not know. Orcs have needed a refresh for a very, very, very long time. So it made sense that they would be the ones to get focused on, because their models are fucking old. Tyranids needed it really bad as well, so they got a refresh. Drukhari needs a refresh. They're just as likely to be the focus for 12th, this hypothetical 12th edition, but I don't think that's going to be the case. I think it's far more likely they're going to get what Eldari got, which is, hey, just in the middle of the edition, hey, here's a refresh of literally everything. Oh, okay. Cool. Demons... Demons is a lot harder to guess. Because demons historically have either been one of the most overpowered factions or dog shit. And we're talking specifically 40k. In AOS, they're fine. If you want to play demons and have fun, go to AOS. Just have fun, whatever. 40k, though, and also fantasy, it's either been they're awful or they're the most overpowered faction. Currently, in 40k, lesser demons like Bloodletters, Plaguebringers, Demonettes, dog shit. Who cares? They're fucking awful. That said, actually, blue horrors and pink horrors are tankier than all of them because they can split. They split when you kill them, so they're like weirdly tanky. You play demons not because of the lesser demons. You play demons because you want to bring like 4 great unclean ones and 2 bloodthirsters and just watch your opponent cry. That's what you want to do. But I don't know. I feel demons for a long time have been in a weird spot. They've been in a weird spot since 9th. 9th had the codex drop and it was dog shit. 10th, they didn't get a codex. 11th, who fucking knows? And I see a lot of people going, please don't let them soup them into CSM or soup them into the mono god stuff. But frankly, I'm kind of just waiting for the other shoe to drop at this point. Like, I don't know. I feel now that all the mono god legions are factions, fully realized factions with their own codexes. I feel the other shoe that's going to drop is like the CSM or World Eaters or Emperor's Children or Death Guard or Thousand Suns codex drops and it goes, okay, y'all, this is where the demons live now. You can have a full army of nothing but demons, but they have to be these demons. I don't know. Because the way demons as allies work right now, I kind of hate the ally system, and I'm hoping that 11th really fixes it. The way demons work right now is that if I wanted to bring demons, let's say I wanted to bring a Bloodthirster in my Chaos Space Marines list, I would have to bring a unit of 10 Bloodletters, and then I could bring a Bloodthirster. And that feels awful, because A, Bloodthirsters suck. Like, they just are awful. They're terrible. But the Bloodthirster is fucking great. And I don't know. Maybe it's a glass is greener on the other side. But I'm looking at AOS where I can just play Khorne and bring as many Khorne demons as I want. And I can play Tzeentch and play as many Tzeentch demons as I want. I don't have to have a single mortal in my army. I can do all demons. But I don't know. I don't know. We won't know until it happens, because again, we're just speculating. Addy, hello! Always love your Warhammer lore with your girlfriend videos. Was wondering when you were going to continue the Primarch lore videos with her again. So, thank you for watching. Thank you for your patience as well. We're currently working with a new editor to try to get back on a more consistent schedule. So, yeah. To answer your question about Primarch, though, we just recorded Sanguinius, like, last week. I'm working on Lion. I'm having challenges with writing about Lion because there's not a lot there. But the next video coming out is we're doing a 2-parter on High Elves for Warhammer Fantasy. Now, I know some of you are going to be like, I only care about 40k, but please, 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 please give the High Elf video a shot. Give it a shot. I like High Elves a lot. I didn't have many opinions on High Elves until I started reading their stuff, and I was like, you know what? This is pretty fucking cool. I'm excited for Angel Boy. Carrie, if you've watched our Tomodachi streams, you can already tell Carrie, like, Sanguinius that's her guy. She likes Sanguinius a lot. I think it was like Fulgrim was pretty much at the top, and Vulcan was pretty much like at the top for a bit, and like it was kind of fluctuating. Carrie really likes the idea of Loyal Fulgrim. Loyal Fulgrim is great. But then there was Rogel, which she liked quite a bit. And then there was Gilliman, who she likes quite a bit. And then Sanguinius came around, and it's like, that's my baby girl. That's him. That's my baby girl. Love him. That's awesome. I'm waiting for the Lion and Sanguinius the most. I've been listening to your Primarch video every morning, driving to work and driving back from work. That's dedication. Thank you very much. If you need more things to watch, we have a couple videos on things like Age of Sigmar and Warhammer Fantasy, including my favorite video we've ever made on Valkia the Bloody. I love Valkia. That's my girl. That's my girl. I support women's wrongs. Did Ferrosaurus Jagatai and Jagatai recover from heartbreak? Yes, we found out that Tamagotchis, if they get depressed, you just send them on a trip to, like, East Asia, and they're fixed. Army of nothing but pink horrors keep twice as many blue horrors and 4 times as many brimstone horrors in the back for when pink horrors split. High Elf Batman is pretty rad slash tragic. So I mentioned Alethanar at the end of the High Elf recording. You're going to hear me talk about this again, but I was like, yeah, I'd like to talk about Alethanar in his own video. And then I was like, yeah, he really hates Dark Elves. At one point, he nailed like 700 of them to the shores of Ulthuan as a message. And she went, what the fuck? And I went, yeah, he's hardcore. he just really fucking hates Dark Elves. Holy. Crazy shit. Do you think we'll get more Lion Risen plot now that the Call trilogy is wrapped up? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe not. Here's what I would like. I would like an anthology of Space Marine books, of short stories. And I'd like one that's Asmodee's perspective on everything. I want one short story where we get to see, what does Asmodee think? What does he feel? Is he okay with this? What's Asmodee's feeling on this? I've watched all of them, going through your Elden Ring VODs now. Elden Ring was a trip. There were some peaks and valleys in that playthrough. And a lot of it was like either communication errors or game bugs or whatever. Although I won't give it away, but Carrie, she is a fucking trooper. I love that woman. I love her a lot. I have never met somebody with as much determination as she has when she has a goal in mind and she sticks to it. What armies do you and Carrie play on tabletop? So I definitely am more involved with the hobby than she is, and that's mostly because like she has other things to worry about, like getting her life back together. That you guys, like, we wouldn't be able to do that without your support, like straight up. Her treatments, her therapy, the progress of the lawsuit and everything, like we wouldn't be able to even fathom getting any progress on it without your guys' help. So, you know, we're able to do this basically through viewers like you. Like, we don't make... We make enough through AdSense and sponsors and stuff to live comfortably, but, like, you know... that wouldn't be happening if you guys weren't supportive of us. And, like, it's insanely kind, you know? Because, you know, not to get, like, too down about things right now, but... things are hella expensive. So the fact that, like, people are supporting us through either, like, Twitch subs or YouTube memberships or even, like, Patreon, like, even something as little as $2 a month, like, that's insanely helpful. It's crazy. I get to have the best job in the world, where I get to hang out with my partner and teach her, and by proxy you, these fun little nerd things. And then Carrie wants to do it as well. Like, there's a cool loop that we're all doing. Like, when I do these painting streams, I know some of you right now are painting. I know some of you right now are getting inspired to paint. Some of you are doing other creative things, writing or drawing on your tablet. I remember I called out some of y'all drawing on your tablets in one of the episodes, and we got a lot of comments of people going like, oh fuck, Ava called me out. It's like, yeah, I know, because I'm like you. We get a good feedback loop, all of us, and it's great. Really hope her therapy is going well. I bawled so happily at how well that went. Literally, like, I'm still blown away. But yeah, it's been going really, really well. We're probably going to get a visit sometime soon where she's going to come down here to the States. So that'll probably happen soon. Just because it's been a couple months that we've seen each other. And, you know. I don't know how long she would be down here for. We'll have to talk about it. We'll have to check prices and stuff because, you know, like, travel is also expensive. And the money goes to the True Pass and making Overlord Abridged Episode 4. Do you want me to lose money? Let's spend so many resources making this thing that will never, ever be profitable. Like, God. Holy. But to answer your question on what armies I play on tabletop, I collect a lot of 40k stuff. I collect a lot of AOS stuff. I have a Spearhead for Stormcast. I have a Spearhead for Skaven. I have a full 2,000 points of Slaves to Darkness for Age of Sigmar that I'm slowly painting. They're all over at Carrie's, though. I have a lot of Chaos Space Marines that we're working with this community project that we're all doing together, which we're going to be working on in just a bit. I have a lot of Ultramarines. I started collecting World Eaters back when they first released, and I basically pivoted to CSM. I like CSM a lot. I also just have various minis of, like, other bullshit that I think are neat. Like, I've got some Goblins from Age of Sigmar. I've got some Heresy minis. Oh, chat. I want a Shattered Legions army because I think the vibe of Shattered Legions is so fucking cool. But I also went through the rules and realized that your force must consist of 3 legions to be like your build. So let me put it this way. So basically you're picking what is your Shattered Legion's main force. So you could be like, my Shattered Legion's main force is Ultramarines, Imperial Fist, and Iron Hands, which is the rules that I was looking at. And depending on that, units or squads that are marked with, let's say, Squad 1 is Ultramarines. Squad 2 is Iron Hands. Squad 3 is Imperial Fist. You mark them as that. They don't necessarily have to be painted that way. Typically, from what I've seen, people just paint the Sergeant that way, which makes sense. But anyway, the Ultramarine squad will get the Ultramarine buff. The Iron Hand squad will get the Iron Hand buff. You get the idea. It's really cool. But it's also got me going down a Mind Goblin hole. Of, like, ordering around all of the, what's it called? Like, I would definitely make a spreadsheet going, like, okay, here's Squad Fuckus, and Squad Fuckus is, he's an Ultramarine, and he's leading these guys. But this is where the other problem comes in, is that I don't want one force that's, like, it's all Mark IIs. Like, I would want every squad to have a mix of, like, and this guy's Mark III, and this guy is Mark IV, and this guy is Mark V, and this guy is Mark II, and this guy is Mark III. You get it. Is Sanguinius technically Sailor Ball? Yeah, but instead of like the magical girl transformation, he just goes fucking ballistic and just starts killing everything. Okay, you are asking a hypothetical. Okay, I thought you were like offering something. I was like, that's a big decision. I don't know if I can answer that. I would have to talk to my partner about this thing. I mean, I don't know. Frankly, like, my finances, not to get, like, too into my own shit, but, like, most of my finances are ordering around, like, how much is coming in, how much is going towards things like groceries, how much is getting expended for, things like, work-related stuff. So, like, the majority of these models that I'm working with, like, I am going to be listing as an expense, like, on taxes. Now, some of you might be going, like, there's a lot of stupid fucking information going around about shit like that, where people go like, oh my god, it's basically free. No, the fuck it isn't. You just you just tell the IRS, hey, here's the income I got, and this is what I spent with that income, and they go, oh, okay. Like, that's all the IRS wants. They just want to know where the fuck your money is going. Because if you're hoarding it, they're like, yeah, you're gonna, if you didn't have your state taxes or the federal taxes go into that, you're gonna give us a portion of that. Which is why when you tell them all of your expenses, you don't fucking owe them shit. Not nearly as much as if you didn't report all of your expenses. That's where people are getting twisted. But I see, like, I saw a lot of, like, YouTube shorts and TikToks of shit on social media of people going, like, I bought this jacket and then wrote it off, so it's basically free. And it's like, motherfucker, no, it's not! Oh my god, you're stupid! That's not what free means! It's like when people fucking... They're like, the IRS paid me back. They gave me free money. No, they're making you whole because you paid them too much. If you give them $2,000, they give you $1,000 back. You did not gain $1,000. You just got back what you paid over. This is not free money. I saw someone going like, I paid for this $80 coat, but I wrote it off, so it's basically free. And I was like, I don't think you and I have the same definition of free, because you still paid the $80 fucking dollars. You just reported that expense to the IRS. That's all you did. Like, that's not a life hack. That's crazy. Oh my god. The fucking ATM hack. Hey, here's a money hack. Fraud. It is insane though. Just how many of these like life hacks or money hacks are just like, hey, do you want to commit a federal crime? Do you want to publicly announce to the world that you full-throated are committing a federal crime? Isn't that awesome? Isn't that cool? Don't you just want to commit a huge crime? That's crazy. That's insane. Oh, man. I talked about it. Like, my grandma, when we went out to lunch like a week or two ago, and she was telling me that allegedly her brother just never paid taxes. And she asked him, how much do you owe? And according to him, so take it with a grain of salt, according to him, he owes the IRS more than $1 million. I don't know if that's necessarily true, but if he's never paid taxes, period. And she was like, well, how the fuck did you... And he was like, I just wrote a different address every time they found me. And now he's like in his 80s, so they can't do anything really. Don't do that. Don't do that. I also, we talked about this, but like there are people out there who are like, well, if I don't pay my taxes, like they don't ever like send me a note or anything. It's like, yeah, dude, they're gonna fucking sit on it and let that shit accumulate interest for like 5 years. Then they're gonna hand you they're gonna send you a cute little letter that says, hey, by the way, you owe us like $100,000 in taxes. Do you just want your entire life to get fucked up in like 10 seconds? Hey, by the way, we own your house and your property and get ready for 10 years of jail. Pay now or get fucked. Like, literally, it's so much easier to just pay the fucking taxes. Like, if taxes have you freaked out or whatever, tax season just ended, unless you filed for an extension, but still, you have until October. Hey, take these next couple months to learn how the fuck taxes work. I had to learn how it works for like a lot of you probably have W-2s, which simplifies the process massively. Me? I'm self-employed. I technically have my own business, and that is a whole other thing. I have to give the IRS like 10 different fucking documents. It's crazy. Every single sponsor we work with has to send me a paper, depending on how much we've worked together. Every single Patreon will sometimes give me something, and then I have to get the thing from Google, and then I have to get the like I have to do so many I have to document so much shit. I feel this is gonna evolve into a Huron Blackheart episode. I mean, that was a bit different, but still very funny. I think a lot more people would feel a lot better about taxes, and in fact be much more excited about taxes if, say, and this is purely an American standpoint, I feel a lot of people in the United States would be very, very excited to pay for taxes if they knew that their taxes were directly benefiting society and not, like, trying to pass bills to, like, kill trans people. You know what I mean? Or doing a war, not war. No, we're not going to war. No, we didn't illegally go to war or anything. No, JK. I feel like people would be a lot more excited to pay taxes if we had, like, free healthcare and our taxes directly paid for shit like that so that everybody could, you know, have affordable housing and affordable food. And radical leftist ideas like being able to eat, having a safe place to sleep, not having to go into medical debt for a life-saving surgery. But Ava, that's socialism. If you were my parents, you would scream at me right about now that I'm describing communism. And that's very funny. No, totally. Canada's not perfect, but I'm saying that, yeah, it shouldn't be left to expect services from your government. Yeah, like, at the very least, I'd appreciate... I don't think any system is perfect, but I think maybe trying to emulate the systems that work is better than just going, fuck it, it is what it is. Yes, communism, paved roads, and public schools. Yes. Dude, when we released the Tao episode, I was having a conniption every fucking 10 seconds because the amount of people that didn't watch the episode and commented like, ugh, fish communists. And I'm like, you don't know what communism is. You literally don't understand. Your American exceptionalism is showing. And that's okay. It's all right to acknowledge that you are a little biased on your views of other countries or other systems of government, because literally the society that you have grown up in has gone like, and we're the best one. They are cows, though. Mm-hmm. But the memes, though. Listen, a lot of people that are really into American exceptionalism are people who are down with the idea of America. And the idea of America is sweet. A place where anybody, even the lowliest of the low, can make their success. But the fact of the matter is that is not reality. That is not the case. And the more Americans try to tell ourselves that that is the case, the further down we go. And the thing that is so frustrating, the thing that frustrates me the most, is that it is so simple for it to not be this way. All it would require is maybe, just maybe, having a few less billionaires in the world. Maybe having those funds be distributed to, oh, I don't know, ending world hunger, ending homelessness. It's crazy. Crazy. Someone on another stream called the Navigator and Rogue Trader a Tau. They don't know. They might not know. It's okay. Do I hear communism? Brother! Chad! It's taking me a transformer! I love the pain. I love America, brother. Every day I wake up and I do 10 pledges of allegiance to the flag in my room. My entire room, all my wallpaper is nothing but American flags, brother. Goddamn. Goddamn. What the hell did I walk into? The spirit of America has taken me over. He's getting the cowboy hat. Goddamn. Eagle shrieks intensify. Goddamn. Yeah, I'm a radical leftist. I think people, no matter who they are, deserve to not go into medical debt or starve or die in the elements. I think everybody should have, like, affordable housing, affordable food, a living wage. I'm such a radical. I'm a rabid leftist. It's happening. Friendly reminder that capitalism and communism are not the only options. Mm-hmm. Damn, hippie! That's crazy. Have you heard Liberty Prime? It's crazy that people play Fallout and go, yeah, this is awesome. And not go like, yeah, this is awesome, but also holy shit. Oh, thank you for the super chat. Told my brother that we should give a shit about people, and he called me a libtard. Christ! Love living in the center of the U.S. I bet if I did that where I live, somebody would say some shit like that. Chad, do you remember that one? I think this was during COVID or like right after it. Do you remember that one video of the guy, because Budweiser or whatever had gone woke or whatever the fuck, and there was that video going around where he was in a Walmart and just like smashing a bunch of fucking not Budweiser. That's the funniest part of the story. Not Budweiser. But then he got arrested for getting naked and going around the store and shit. What the fuck? Crazy guy, right? When that video happened, I promise this is related. When that video happened, it was the talk of the town for like a week, right? And Carrie saw it, and I saw it, and Carrie went, "Is that your Walmart?" And I went, "What?" She went, "Look at the video." And I went, "Oh, yeah." I could go to that Walmart right now. Oh. Chad, enough about politics. Let's get into something that's not political. Warhammer. The American propaganda machine has been running hard for nearly 100 years. Mm-hmm.
I love the propaganda. It's my country. Goddamn it, if you don't like her, you can leave.
I feel most conversations about America ultimately do come down to the one comic where the peasant is going, maybe we should improve society somewhat, and then the guy comes out of the well and goes, "Ah, but you participate in society. Curious. I am very smart." And that's 95% of all political discourse online. Like, it's crazy. Black Templars are decent. Chad, I was going down a Black Templar rabbit hole. Did you know that in 6th edition, Black Templars had Psykers and considered them blessed by the Emperor? Isn't that crazy? It's almost like lore is never consistent. And it's just kind of based on vibes. Wait, what? Mm-hmm. It's all vibes, chat. Do not expect consistency. It's just, that would be cool. You mean astropaths and navigators? No, I mean psychers. For a brief amount of time, they had psychers. But also they considered psychers to be like blessed and shit. So yes, also the navigators and stuff. And then later editions were like, actually they hate navigators and shit. And then they went back to actually they tolerate navigators, and now they've gone back to actually we hate navigators. So I feel maybe 11th edition with the Black Templars Codex update, we're gonna see them going, actually we love psychers. I feel like we're just gonna get kind of a mood swing every couple editions. What if they have hyper emotions? I think that's hilarious, if true. Are there codex updates? 11th will have codex updates, yes. We will get, like, the codexes for 10th are moving over to 11th, but we are still going to get updates for codexes. Like, there will be another Space Marine codex, another Orc codex, another Black Templar codex, etc., etc. Don't mess with 40k fans. We don't read our own lore. That's damn true. That's damn true. Listen. Anytime somebody is like, is this lore accurate? Could this idea work? We should try to answer it as earnestly as we can, but also we should let everybody know in the community, this shit is based on vibes. Do whatever you want. Who fucking cares? All right, chat. I'm going to get a water and also paint water and also drinking water. And I'm also going to use the restroom, and then we'll be back to paint some stuff. I'll show you what I did with the Chaos Lord, and then we will start to do some metallics and touch-ups and stuff, and that'll be really fun. We're going to do the gold trim today, most likely. I'm very excited. I'm very, very excited. Anyway, I'll be back in just a sec. I'm saying the camera, one sec. I don't listen to podcasts for info. I listen for the social interactions between two or more people that I find the info entertaining to discuss because y'all are a bunch of silly little guys and I love you. That's really fun. I like that. I find that to be the pitch for most Warhammer podcasts. Like we've had people come in and go like in comments, obviously, and YouTube comments are like a landmine. But we've had people come on to the podcast and they've gone like, you didn't talk about X, or you misrepresented or misunderstood Y, or like you didn't talk about my special Blorbo, or your information wasn't 100% accurate. And I feel that most people, I've recommended to most of those people, like, if you want something that's like hyper lore accurate, just read the book. Read the books, or, well, even then, like, you're not going to get super duper accuracy, but whatever. Read the books or watch a different podcast that's like way more concerned with getting everything 100% right. You know, because I'm here to talk about it with my significant other and teach her in a way that works for her, and that way also works for a lot of people. I mean, like, you know, I know how to teach. The books are fun and convey a far more vivid image, IMO. Yep. That's why I recommend them. That's why I've tried to, as we've been doing this show more, I've been trying to tell people, like, and if you like this subject, go read X, go read Y, go read Z, you know? Because I think ultimately what people are going to be looking for are things like that. Like, they want to be able to go... one sec, I'm just adjusting the camera. Okay, one sec. I really like Adric's motto, entertainment over accuracy is an absolute meme lord. I wholeheartedly support it. What is useless knowledge without fun? Fair enough. Yeah, like, I genuinely, like, my focus is to get people to a basic understanding while also making the subject entertaining. That's what makes a good teacher. And if I wanted to be super duper lore accurate, I would be like... And then the orcs went into the building, and then they destroyed everything that was there, and then precisely 2 minutes and 45 seconds later, according to this source, the Ultramarines came in, and then they... Like that kind of lecture? And I don't want to do that. No, thank you. The most infuriating interaction I've had with 40k fans was when the guy, quote, wrote that Iron Warriors are not chaos, they are renegades. Read a book. You really excel at comparing 40k to real-world pop culture, and it makes it a ton of fun. I mean, like, Carrie does that. Carrie knows way more about pop culture than I. So she takes the credit for that one. But, like, literally, we have tons of people who write in and go, the way Carrie's brain works is how my brain works. And that makes it super fun. I got some resin models delivered and some of the swords got bent. How do I unbend them? Okay, you're going to go over to your faucet. You're going to go to hot water. Not like boiling hot, but hot. You're going to put the sword under that for like 30 seconds. You're going to take the resin, the sword part out. You're going to straighten it. And you're going to hold it there for like 2 minutes. And then it will be more straight. It might be perfectly straight, but if it's not, go under the water again, do it again, straighten it, and then eventually it'll be straight. I'll show you what I did with Uriel Ventress's model that Vivi gave to me. 1 second. I read the CSM Codex 4th, 6th, 8th, and 9th, but no, I am the LARPer. Yes! Yes! So, this is a 3D print of Uriel Ventress that Vivi very kindly printed for me. Custom helmet as well. But as you can see, like, the sword is still a little bent, but it used to be much more bent. So what I'll have to do is do exactly what I told you. Under hot water, and then while it's cooling, just straighten it out. Hold it there. Wait for it to fully cool down, then let go. If it's still a little bent, do it again. And then you keep doing that until it is fully straight. I like this Ventress model, though. I can't wait to paint him at some point. I kind of hope he doesn't get rules in 11th edition. I kind of hate that Uriel Ventress is like a guy that I can play and not what every other book character is, which is they get a model and then they go, all right, to Legends with ye. Ventress literally is like an auto-include for most lists because he can give any unit deep strike. Fuck off. Hairdryer can work too? Good. Ugh. I hate that I love Ultramarines model. I want to hate them so bad, but I love them. Well. Wait, Deep Strike? Mm-hmm. He gives any unit Deep Strike. The fact that he is playable is fucked up to me. Because I'm like, look at every other... Look at every other book character that gets, like... the Sixth Company guy, the Sixth Company captain, gets a model, immediately Legends. Conversion therapy is outdated. You don't have to make Uriel straight. I mean... We're talking about his sword. I mean, you know what I mean? All right. Let me go over some of the things that I've done off stream, because there were a few things. Number one, Chaos Lord is here. We're going to talk about it. All right. But before that, this guy was worked on. Obviously, I've base coated the eyes white. I've gone through and done all of the fleshy bits and the tubes. I've made them all fleshy. I base coated them with white and then put Gilliman flesh over them and then did a very thin coat of Berserker Bloodshade over them to make them look even nastier. So he's looking pretty cool. I did that for the heads on the belt as well. Yeah, he's looking pretty neat. I cleaned up a bit of the black parts because there were some messy things here and there. But yeah. Is that Venom? He kind of looks it now that you say it. What else did I do? I just kind of went up and cleaned up some of the minis. Here's our Emperor's Children champion, our aspiring champion. Looking pretty snazzy. Oh, right. I went through and redid the grenades. I completely brain farted last time we, I brain farted last time and went, yeah, if you mix green and black, it'll give you this olive tone. What the fuck am I saying? It just gives you a darker green. No. You take a yellow and you mix it with black, and that gives you this color, this olive tone. So I went through and redid all the grenades in that olive. So I like the look of the grenades a lot more now. They're a lot less vibrant. They look more like actual grenades. So yeah, very big fan of that. This gentleman doesn't need to be here. Neither does he. Excuse me. Chaos Lord. Okay, so this guy I worked on a bit off stream. Now, as you can see here, I've approached painting him a bit differently than the other Chaos Marines. As you can see, particularly on this leg right here, I've gone through an edge highlighted. Well, I don't even know if you would call this an edge highlight, but I've gone through and like highlighted the interior panels of all his armor. So like on the Power Fist, I've edge highlighted the claw, his helmet, his arm, his hand. It's kind of hard for you guys to see it, but you can see it. I've sponged on some Mephiston red onto the belt buckle here. I've done his cape by, I based it in corn red and then took a dry brush, like a dome-headed dry brush, a very small one, and I just sponged in a bit of Mephiston red in there, so it gives this really cool textured look to the interior of the cape. The exterior of the cape was just black and then sponged on dark warm gray. Gave a very cool look to it. Kind of reminds me of how the vampire cloaks work in other stuff. The backpack is currently held there by some poster tack. I do want to do another coat of bone color on the skulls here. The pelt, this is a mix of dark warm gray and Rhinox hide, or Brigadine brown, I can't remember. It's the same brown. And I base coated that, and then I took Brigadine brown, so your Rhinox hide equivalent. I dry brushed that over the fur. And then I took... No, it wasn't Brigadine brown. I took leather brown, dry brushed that over the fur. And then I took the same color I used for the skulls, Tomb King tan, and dry brushed over that. So it gave us this really cool looking fur cloak. Isn't that a Slaves of Darkness model? No, it's the new Chaos Lord, but they've done exactly what I've wanted, which is hold on. They took the design language of Slaves to Darkness and put it to Chaos Space Marines finally. It looks fucking awesome. Like, these two look like they go together. It's fucking sweet. The horns are just dark warm gray. The pipes are just dark warm gray. And then I added... What is that color? I believe that's dark warm gray mixed with white. I did like a simple highlight on the pipes. I base coated the horns. We're probably going to have to touch up a lot of these. And then, yeah. So that's where he's at. I did that off stream. So, because it was just a lot of like edge highlighting. But you know, I wish Slaves of Darkness and AOS were as big as CSM. So I have good news for you. Let's actually get them like boot to boot in height. You know what? Hold on. They're about the same size, man. They're fucking huge. But yeah, because he's a Chaos Lord, he's bigger. But if I... So I have Chosen. They're not here right now, but I have Chosen in my Slaves of Darkness army. If I put a Chosen next to this guy, the Chosen would be taller. He'd be much bigger. Much, much bigger. But yeah. Yeah. Typically... Chaos Space Marines and Space Marines, the Slaves of Darkness and Stormcast minis are bigger than they are. Like, Stormcast are bigger than Space Marines. Primaris Space Marines. They're fucking huge. It's crazy, man. Let's get another comparison. Mark II Marine next to a Legionary. Mark II Marine's a little smaller. They're about the same size. Their proportions are a little different, but they're about the same size. Gas Champions have a weird trend of a big claw thing in one hand and the other a handheld melee weapon. Very weird. I like it. I like the asymmetry. You have 13,000 points of Eldari? What the hell? What the hell-y? God motherfucking damn. That's impressive. Anyway. Today we're going to start with some touch-ups with acrylics, such as like the bones here. Maybe a few other touch-ups with some other bones. Like, these are fine. We're going to make a very, very thin black. We're going to use Lamian medium mixed with coal black to make a wash consistency. And we're going to basically go around all the armor joints, all of like the black carapace, and we're essentially going to do a wash. And because we based them with dark warm gray, so like you can see with the horns here, because we based it with dark warm gray, it's all going to go into the recesses, giving us free highlights immediately. And that's my favorite way of doing the black carapace armor because it's just easy. It's really, really, really easy. Once we do that, I have to base his grenades, which maybe we can start with that today so I can show you how to make the olive. We're going to do a yellow. This is Uriel yellow. I like Uriel yellow a lot. It's a good yellow. I like the yellow. Yellow is a pain in the ass, though. Keep that in mind. We're going to mix it with coal black in a 1-to-1 ratio. So 1 drop of this, 1 drop of this. Oh no, a big powerful Stormcast woman is coming towards me. Help, help, I'm doomed, I say as I twirl my hair. There is a meme of like a Slaves of Darkness guy going like, huh, I need a buff Stormcast GF. And then a buff Stormcast girl comes up and goes, hey, get scared. Do you think Legionaries need an upscale with the new Raiders and Raptor/Warp Talon scale increase? I would have told you no, but the Raiders are really big compared to them. Like, it's kind of crazy. I think Legionaries, if they got a scale increase, it's whatever. I have enough Legionaries to never buy them again. You know what I mean? I don't think they need it. I also think it would be weird to do a scale increase of Legionaries when we just got an upgrade kit for Night Lords and Iron Warriors. I think it would be really weird to release those while also in the scheduling plan having a refresh of the kit in general. I think that's really odd. Because if we're working with a scale increase, I don't know. Maybe they could do it in such a way that they're just, like, taller. Like, I don't know. There's currently a battle happening on my yard. My window is right here, and there's a battle happening between some crows and a squirrel. Holy shit. Whoa. They just keep, like, running towards each other and then running away. I like how they're all different sizes. I also like that. I think there's a lot of cool variety there. I hope my Stormcast Eternal Paladin looks somewhat to scale with my Salamanders. I mean, if they're the old Stormcast, then yes, they will. Like, they were called Fat Cast for a reason. They're huge. Really looking forward to doing some CSM next edition and painting some Raiders as Fallen. Dude, yes. Yes, man. Yes. That's the dream. I don't want Raiders. I want Fallen. And I'm going to convert mine as Fallen. 100%. Okay. Uriel Yellow. I'm going to do 1 drop. Okay. We don't need very much because I'm just doing 2 grenades. And then a teeny tiny bit of coal black. Even that's a bit. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take our brush here. Start mixing the paint. Yellow and black. What's that make, chat? That's right. Olive green, baby. Olive green. Fucking colors. How do they work? Crazy. It's all about pigments and how the pigments interact with one another.
Very interesting. We could have a whole conversation about it where we go down a rabbit hole and learn together about things about pigments, but I don't want to. All right, so now we have this cool olive green. Look at that. That nice olive green. That's like some Salamander's Horus Heresy green, you know what I mean? I'm going to go around and base these little grenades on this Chaos Lord belt. He's only got 2 of them. So I'm just going to very carefully do that. His backpack is also coming off, so we're going to take that off for now. I have the backpack off as a sub-assembly just for the ease of painting. It's a character model. I'd like to give a little more zhuzh to the characters, you know. I mean, they're characters. They're the things that people are going to be looking at on the table. They're the guys that actually matter. Sergeants and aspiring champs and everything, that's fine. But, you know, the real magic is where, oh shit, he brought the Chaos Lord. Oh shit, he brought the insert tank. You know? In AOS, it would be something like dragons, you know? Oh shit, Ava brought dragons, and then you put like a lot of effort into what the dragons look like, and you're like, oh my god, they're gorgeous. Oh my gosh, right? But now we can like get a really good look at how that cape came out. And also the fur and stuff, right? And that's all done with a makeup sponge. This was literally just black, and then I took the egg sponge and then just sponged on some dark warm gray. That's it. And it gave us this really cool looking... Like, people, if they saw this, would be like, oh my god, you spent so long on that cape. No, I didn't. I took like 10 seconds. That's all it was. 10 seconds to do that. Cape Ash and Chaos Marines with Slaves of Darkness bits is too good. This is a tube of nothing but spare bits from my Slaves to Darkness kits. There are heads in here. There are blades in here. There are arms and stuff. I like it a lot. There's even a Zinchi demon head that I painted as practice in there. I don't know where the Nurgle one went. I have the Khorne one. No, I have the Slanesh and Zinch one. I don't know where the Khorne and Nurgle one went. I have no idea. But there they are. Okay. Let's get our Tomb King tan to add a thin coat over some bones. And then for the backpack tassels, I'm probably going to make these red. I will base them with a dark, like corn red, or corn red mixed with black. Highlight with some Mephiston red. That'll be that. And then I think we're moving on to metallics, Chad. I think it's time for metallics. We're going to do our... What's it called? We're going to do our silver metallics first. Oh, no. We need to still thin down our black. We got to thin down our black, chat. Okay. Tomb King tan. Don't need very much. Just enough to base coat. Well, thin coat, but you get the idea. Now, Army Painter paints are generally much thicker than other brands that I've used. Pro Acryl's by far the thinnest, and GW's is kind of like up in the air. VAO, I don't really know, because most VAO paints I use are the alcohol-based ones, so not really a good metric to judge their paint consistency. Some people prefer thicker paints. I prefer them quite thin. right out the bottle. Thicker is really good for things like if you want to do some wet blending or dry brushing. Thinner is kind of tough for things like dry brushing and whatnot. But, you know, it is what it is. I also forgot that there are some details on these skulls, such as this is a Space Marine skull. So we need to add like a little thing there. We're going to make it an Ultramarine, obviously. But in the meantime, AK runs a little more thin than Citadels and less than Pro Acryl. Interesting. Grumblebee, welcome, welcome. Why is the music so loud? Good morning, my love. Good morning, babe. What's up? We just got painting. We had a big conversation about things like art and politics and other stuff. I also released the previous VODs from the painting streams on YouTube, so if people are like ranting and raving about, you're spamming my inbox, that's why. I apologize. Alright. So I have a bit of corn red on the palette. I'm going to mix about 1-to-1 roughly with black, just to get a really dark red for these tassels. And then we'll highlight with Mephiston red. And then that'll be that. This dark red, this really dark red, almost looks like a burgundy. Very, very nice. Just carefully going around these tassels. Trying not to hit the skulls that we've already touched. But that's going to be a little difficult, especially with the fact that we have to do the metallics as well. But just carefully going around, base coating with this dark red. And then when we highlight with the red, we're done. Easy peasy. How'd you sleep, babe? I have a headache, only coffee can cure. All good, all must see Buff Dobby. They must see Buff Dobby, it's the only way. Your palette is just as chaotic as the army you're painting? That's true. I occasionally, so like after this session, I'll probably throw this little, what is this, like a kitchen tile or something? I'll throw it in the dishwasher with a bunch of the other ones that I've used, and, you know, and they'll be fine. Not gonna lie, latte sounds killer right now. Genuinely, like Carrie saying mentioning the coffee, like I'm thinking about coffee now. Alrighty. We're taking a dark gray blue. We're gonna do, you can see the farthest to the right skull. This is a Space Marine skull, so we're gonna base coat the little helmet part. We're going to start with dark gray blue, and then we're going to add some rough highlights of regular blue, and then sky blue, and then that'll be it for our Ultramarine. But Ava, you love Ultramarines. Yeah, but like, these are both my armies. Why are they not fighting each other? Adoy. Now, if you want to take painting super duper seriously and you're very concerned about the paint coming off from you touching it, because our hands secrete natural oil, you should wear those black gloves that you'll sometimes see YouTubers wearing, because that will do it. That's a spike, so that's going to be spike color, which is silver, of course. Just going to very carefully go around, making sure everything I want to be blue is blue. It's kind of hard to see on camera, but the next step will definitely fix that. The other skulls are just other skulls. All right. So that's dark gray blue. Let me actually check and see. Yeah, this could use a little touch up. This little Night Lord shoulder pad. I was wondering about that. Let's just very carefully go around. Just making sure we get the blue fully covered. Good. Okay. Now we take blue. Just blue. What made me choose Chaos was the Codex art from 9th edition. That shit goes hard. That's damn true. That's damn true. Yeah. People sometimes ask, like, why'd you pick Chaos? And it's because... Oh, that would have been catastrophic. Behold. Are you kidding me? This is the most, like... This is the coolest shit I've ever seen. Big armor, horns, fur cloak. That's all I need. My moral's leaving my body the moment the bad guys have cool armor. That's me, bro. That's me. Okay. Blue. Pants. Ooh. Ooh. Been a minute since I've opened this. Been a minute since I painted Ultramarines, evidently. Just a speck. I don't need much more than that. Just a speck. And the quotes are battle cry. Dude, kill, maim, burn is a good battle cry. In this world, it's either drip or drown. That's right. Okay. Blue. Pants. Blue. We're just going to go around. Add some basic highlights. And layering to this. I don't want anything too complicated. I just like it to stand out when we eventually start adding the washes and stuff. Because, I mean, we want people to notice the trophy that he has, which is an Ultramarine helmet. Now, because it's only half a helmet, we could maybe assume this might be a captain or maybe a lieutenant. I mean, it's a Chaos Lord, right? So maybe it's a an Ultramarine who was particularly a thorn in this fellow's backside for quite some time. But look how much that blue... the lighting's kind of awful, but look how much that blue has like jumped up in vibrancy. And then we're going to add a final highlight of sky blue. Just like little scratches and dings just to the edges and stuff to make it look really banged up. And then when we do our enamel wash at the end of this, it's going to look really, really, really cool. Me screaming my battle cry, let's all get along and have a good time. Evil Chaos Space Marines be like, let's be friends!
Obey traffic laws. No texting while driving. Keep your hands and feet inside the vehicle at all times. Pay your taxes now. What matters is that you tried and had fun!
As he's like ripping the head off an alien. Okay, I'm just adding like little dots and specks and scratches of this sky blue. I'm just barely touching the mini. Okay, well, that works for me. The subversive chads of our time.
Make sure to put your garbage into its proper bin. Recycling is important.
I'm just looking at this guy while we're all saying this and just like, what's the most chaotic thing you could do in a chaos army? Be like an upstanding citizen. Like, what the? There is a Emperor's Children book that is literally what we're talking about. There's a lord of the Emperor's Children who's like, I'm bored. Let's be heroes. And they go and save like a planet of Imperium guys just because, fuck it. Whatever. Lord of Excess is the book. Thank you. Thank you. Mephisto in red. Just a teeny tiny bit. I hate Citadel pots. They're the bane of my existence. Okay, I'm mostly using the edge of my brush with very little paint on it to go and highlight the tassels. And because we're jumping from this black mixed with corn red, it's giving us really cool looking, easy highlights. Mix a little bit of water into it. Thin it on the palette. Some of these tassels I am going to have to go in and very carefully just add a line. But in situations like those, I'm barely touching the mini. And again, using the side of my brush to just drag it along those edges, those sculpted edges. The sculptors are trying to think, when they make something, A, how to make it look very readable, but also, a lot of the times they're thinking, how are people going to paint this? And sometimes they don't think of that. And that's how we get situations like hidden scarabs underneath like a tomb spider or something. And you go, well, why is that there? The sculptor wanted it. They thought it would be fun. Just adding a few basic highlights on the wrap around it. Yeah. Okay. And that's our tassel. Easy as that. I still painted them the secret scarabs. That's fucked up. I hate pots. I hate the Citadel pots. I got Mephiston Red because it was in the store and I was like, I'm low on Mephiston Red, I'll just get it. But when this pot of Mephiston Red is done, I'm fucking done with Mephiston Red. I'll find a replacement. I do love the color, though. I do love the color. Unfortunately, there is no replacement. It's just the best red. I'll find a replacement. It is like one of my favorite reds, though. It might be my favorite red paint. It's really, 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 really good. Why stop using it? Me no understand. It's literally just because of this pot. Because as I'm closing and opening it, paint is getting trapped in the back here. It will just do that. There's no real way to prevent it. But as it does this, it's going to waste paint and also potentially, like, actually just make the pot impossible to open. It's super frustrating. So I'd rather something that's like in a dropper bottle. I like a lot of GW paints, but frankly, the pots are the worst part of them. And that's what makes it extra frustrating to, like, recommend to people. Because I think there's some great paints in here. But I also think, like, I don't know if it's worth the hassle. Transferring can be very tedious. I fucked up when I transferred my paints to dropper bottles. I made them, like, way too thin. Why do they have containers like that? I've never really understood why. The reason is, there could be multiple reasons, but the reason I have come to understand is Warhammer ultimately is for everybody, including children. And children, when it comes to dropper bottles and stuff, yeah, they can use them. But this provides like a little thing that they can just like open and then like dip it and then they can be like messy or whatever. But I don't know. You could say it's like insidious. They also started with paint pots back in the 80s. That's true. It's like part of the brand. But those paint pots were a lot better because they had like an actual like rim around it and you would open it and it would be fine. But the way that these are designed, you are wasting way more paint. What if FromSoft made a war game? Hey. There's a board game for Elden Ring and Dark Souls and Bloodborne. And you might be asking yourself, oh, that's really cool. It comes with miniatures? Yes, it does. Is it affordable? Well, they're, pretty pricey. Pretty damn pricey. Just getting some of the poster tech out of the backpack hole. But the reason why I still use this Mephiston Red is because I haven't really found a good replacement just yet for that red. Like the exact color, you know what I mean? And I'm not going to find an exact color, so I just need to find something the closest and then just be happy with it. But yeah. But again, I mentioned this a bit in the pre-stream, in the intro. Like, the Citadel paints aren't bad. There have been painting competitions all over the world where people have won the Slayer Sword or just like commissions or whatever. Like, people paint with Citadel paints. They're good paints. The problem is the pots. The pots are the problem. Okay. Chaos Lord is done. Tassels are done. Okay, let's mix some paint. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take Lamian Medium, which is just the paint formula with no pigment in it. So it looks like this. It looks quite milky. You still want to shake it up because it's pigments. We're taking that and Coal Black. We're going to mix these 1-to-1. Well, we'll mix them until we get a wash consistency. Like, we want it to go only into those recesses for things like armor panels, in between the horn ridges, etc., right? We want this to be a recess wash. And we're going to be doing this for all of these fine fellas. Actually, change of plans. We're base coating the metallics first. Then we do the black wash. Then we do gold. Yeah, let's do that. That's a much better plan. So in that case, we're going to need probably still... here we go. I'm going to use magnesium from Veo Metal Color. Close equivalent to this would be Lead Belcher. And we're going to go around and do all the metallics. Anything that should be silver or working metals, things like claws on the lightning claws, chainmail, all that stuff. Once we do that, we're going to wash it with a black. Might highlight with some silver. Definitely on the Lord. The Chaos Lord is going to get special treatment because, I mean, he has to. He's the character. What brush am I going to use for this? I guess it really depends on what exactly we're painting. So, why don't we start with this old brush here? No, I'm going to use this to dry brush some silver later. Now, probably one of the best metallics I've ever made. It's very, very liquidy, so you need to be careful with it, especially if you're doing fine detail. Now, here's the thing. If you want to dry brush with these things, don't, because they are not made for that. This is for going on in like one coat, maybe two. Get it on there, leave it alone, whatever. If you want dry brushing silvers, you want to go with something more tacky than this. Now, you could just do a drop, wait for it to dry a little bit, then dry brush with that. That's perfectly fine. Yeah. Okay. Just magnesium, 1 drop of it. We're gonna use this. We're gonna use this brush. Now, you don't need a ton of water on the paint. In fact, you don't need to mix this with water at all. You want to have the brush be damp, because if it's dry, that's the faster that paint is going to dry in the ferrule. And then if paint dries in the ferrule, and it doesn't just dry here. It doesn't just dry there. It dries all the way down the metal tip. So when you wash your brush, when you actually like thoroughly clean it, you want to make sure that it's getting not just on the brush hairs, but also inside a little bit, so it's getting fully clean. Anyway, I'm not even going to use this brush because it's too big. I need something for fine detail, but also I don't want to use my new brushes. Frick it. We're going to use this one. I paid like $10 for these on Amazon like however long ago. I can just get more. Metallics will really mess up your brushes. So be careful in the brushes you use. I would recommend synthetic brushes for metallics. I also just recommend synthetic brushes in general. I feel spending a ton of money for a brush when you're just starting out and you're not exactly comfortable with it, or you're not exactly familiar with how to do brush control or how to take care of your brush early on, it can be kind of a money sink. And I don't want you to potentially pay like $60 for one brush and then have it be ruined after 1 or 2 uses. That feels bad. Oh, happy Mother's Day! I do need to call my mom. Thank you for reminding me, my love. Happy Mother's Day, my love. What the hell was that? Woo! There went the brush. Brush gone wild. Alright, I'm getting the cables there. Get the cables on the head. I'm not worrying about any place that I can't reach easily, because this is just a normal legionary. I'm not super worried about it. I'll just get the places that I might think need to be silver. now for chains. Because this paint is so thin, a lot of this is me just touching the mini. Just very lightly touching. It's almost like a wash that is extremely pigmented. Also, technically, my first Slaanesh backpack I've painted, so that's fun. Just very quick, very messy base coats. And then when we wash with the black, it'll give us, again, like the armor, or the black carapace in between the armor, it'll give us basically free highlights. And then when we wash it down with the enamel wash at the end of the painting process, it'll make it look really worn and used. And I really like that look. I think it looks nice. You could add like a dry brush of silver if you wanted. It's not required. But just do whatever makes you happy. If there's a detail that I or someone else is like, that's redundant, you don't need to do that, but you want to do it because it brings you joy, or it's probably like there are points where people go like, this is my favorite part of the mini to paint. It could be the leather, it could be the armor panels, it could be the eyes, it could be anything. But if you're painting it and it brings you joy, enjoy it. Don't let anybody stop you. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, this is a hobby, and we shouldn't take it too seriously. And that goes for anything. That goes with lore, that goes with playing the game, that goes with painting, that goes with anything. Don't take it too seriously. It's fine. This is all make-believe stuff. I'm having fun. I hope you, dear viewer, are having fun. And yeah, you know? Just got jump scared by my VTuber model. What do you mean? Like, was it just on when you came into your room or something? Like, you just went in and it was like, hey. Very carefully going through, base coating every little thing. Don't worry if you don't like fully base coat the chainmail. Like if the black is still showing through in the recesses, like that just makes it look more like chainmail. Don't worry too much about it. Chainmail you can be messy with. It's chainmail. What else? We got the backpack vents. We got... I want those arms to be... Nah, let's make the whole vent silver. Why not? Why not? This is basically a suit of Mark IV. Well, the backpack is Mark IV, I guess. And they had like the big orbs. Or maybe your interpretation of Mark IV, maybe your preference is that they didn't have the big metal orbs for the vents. Maybe you like the cleaner look of how they painted them later. Maybe you painted your Crimson Fist with their wrists also red. Maybe you didn't. Who knows? Alrighty. Okay. How are we gonna do this? The claws. The claws. Let's... This is a different brush, I promise you, but it is bigger. I'm gonna take this, and we're gonna base coat all the claws. Somebody last time we were painting called the Murder Mittens, and I really liked that. Just imagine a dreadnoughts have giant power fists and murder mittens. Just imagine a dreadnought Dempsey rolling a Carnifex. I have awoken. Please allow me 10 minutes to warm up. The dreadnought begins shadow boxing in the corner. Nobody knows what to do. What they do know is that it would be a very bad idea to interrupt him. If a little bit gets on the actual gauntlet, I'm not too worried about it because we're going to be, you know, doing the gold step after this. After we wash everything down. So, nothing too nuts. Hello, Midnight. That Dread in Space Marine 2? You mean Voltus. Forgot about the cables on his chest. Silly me. Silly me. I forgot about the cables. I do love how... Not ramshackle. That's not the right word. How... Chaos armor is just a collection of, like, random bullshit they've found and have managed to get working. So technically they're all wearing Mark V armor, which Mark 5 armor, for those who don't know, basically just means like this leg is Mark 6, but this backpack is Mark 4, but this helmet is like a Mark 4, and so is this chest, but these gauntlets might be from some other mark or whatever. It's basically just I've kit bashed my armor, and that means it's all sweatshop power armor. I like that. I like that. Yes, sweatshop power armor. We have to use what we can get our hands on, and the options are limited. So here's our boy right now. Murder mittens are base coated. Should be fun. Should the other digit on the finger be... I think yes. Let's get a little more silver in. Buff Dobby is 100% the kind of retcon an author would do if interest was waning. And then Dobby, in the last year, had gotten buff as fuck.
Harry Potter must go to Hogwarts. Dobby is seeking stronger enemies.
Walks up to Professor Lupin.
And Dobby knows what you are. Find me on the full moon.
Have you noticed that every full moon, Dobby disappears, and so does Professor Lupin? It sounds like gunshots outside. Opens the double doors of Hogwarts like sliding doors even though they're unhinged.
Dobby is so fucking rich.
Dobby, you can't be in here.
Dobby can go wherever he pleases. Dobby, you're not the boss of Dobby anymore.
If I do the voice long enough, he just kind of becomes a demon. Alright, we're on to the Death Guard heavy weapon guy. We're going to fully base coat this in this silver. But in one of the last steps of this painting process, we're just going to absolutely coat this blade in rust. I'm talking like it's going to look nasty. And then we're going to coat it in a dry brush of a bright silver to make it really look like it's a worn metal type deal. And it's going to look awesome. I'm very much looking forward to it. It's basically going to look like he attached a rusty, like, I don't know, like a piece of a car door onto a stick and is like, yep, that's my axe. That's a very orc thing to do. Yeah, but in Chaos, you also don't have a lot of options, you know? This pipe needs to be a gray so that we can Make it look different. Cable, pipe, whatever. 40K, the only setting where we have like 18 different words to describe the same fucking thing. No, 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 that's not a pipe. That's a malefictus operandi. It's a pipe, dude. Apparently Iron Hands have their own Heretic Forge world. That's cool. Another sentence of lore to the Iron Hands. Iron Hands are cool. I wish they had more. Well, more. I think the idea that they have, like, become so disillusioned with what they once were that they've essentially just become like walking, what's the correct word I'm looking for? Like, they're monsters. They've always been monsters, but now even more so, you know? Death Guard have these little tubes that go along their backpacks. I'm gonna just base that in this silver as well. If a little bit gets on the actual armor plating, I'm not too worried about it. We'll just call that weathering. Improvised, easy weathering. Get these little vents. Their main planet is technically a Forge world. Medusa? Yeah, that's true. Chef, Iron Hands have it bad. Do Sons of Medusa fans just like... Are they just content that they participated in one Bad Ab war and that's it? We have even less going on, yes! Do Space Marines ever get turned into servitors? Yes. But you have to really fuck up. You have to really, really, really fuck up. Plague Marine Black Legion? Yes. We have a collection of all the generic Chaos Marines. So we've got like some Night Lord bits in our Chaos. We've got some Emperor's Children. We've got some Khorne Berserkers over in a place that I'm not going to reach right now because I don't want to. But right now we're just working on some metallics. So Medusa have a unique organization. I guess that makes Space Marines go insane. Elaborate. What's the Chaos Dreadnought called again? Hellbrute. And they make those by just basically taking a guy and they'll shove them into the Hellbrute and it, like, have a demon also in there. They basically just turn you into a Dreadnought against your will. That's all it is. Not to say that Dreadnoughts are made with the consent of anybody involved, but, you know. The Dreadnought No Fear has like a lot of his internal thought process is talking about how he didn't necessarily want to be a Dreadnought. And it also shows you how incredibly fucking terrifying it is. There's an extra lack of consent to the Chaos ones. That is true. Bjorn built different. He is. I know that's right. So yeah, chat, this is going to be the stream for a little bit. Just going around, touching up some metallics. Oh, he's got a butt. He's got an anus. Look, you see that? Here, I'll highlight it. Look. He's got a little butthole. Amazing. He's got a little anus. My advice, don't become a dreadnought. Easy. Damn true. Damn true. My advice to a Marine is to just die rather than get mortally injured if you don't want to become a dreadnought. So, a lot of the time, though, they also have to be like compatible, or that might just be a Horus Heresy thing. I don't know. I want to make all the studs and stuff. We're gonna make those gold just to make them really stand out. Although I will also show you a cool way to make like a nice bronze. Here. We're gonna base this silver. And I'll show you how to make a bronze. Just using silver and then a contrast paint. If you don't have bronze, don't need to worry. You can just use a contrast paint. Easy peasy. Although my water is a little contaminated now, so just remind me later. And we'll go back and do the copper. Copper / bronze / whatever color you want it to be. Contrast paints are really cool for tinting metallics. I showed that when we did the Thousand Sun Heresy model. Like, you can make it look really, really nice. Oh, apparently I looked up the heavy metal paint scheme for a Thousand Suns Legionary. They don't use gold for the underpainting, which I found really interesting. They use silver. Excuse me, my goodness. Alright, we're gonna put him over there. And him here. Let's do the Aspiring Champion, Undivided. I remember the old pre-Hellbrute lore for Chaos Dreads not having the demon part, but having them all go crazy because they usually just plug the unfortunate guy in and leaving it running non-stop, no sleep and respite from the consciousness for years. Eventually they have to chain them down or have them tear through the ship. Jesus Christ. Anus bleached on live stream? What? No, I know what you're talking about. That's funny. Good Zoom tight. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know what it is about mornings. I always get sneezy. Claws. Beautiful claws. I used to think Power Fists and Lightning Claws were, like, stupid. I thought they looked awful. I was like, what is this bullshit? This is stupid. But I feel like I'm at the other end now, where I'm like, this shit's awesome. I fucking love Power Fists. Lightning Claws? Yes, sir. Sign me up. This is the coolest thing ever. Here, let's move the camera a little bit. We're going to move it a little bit this way. Yeah, so I can have the model closer to me and actually work on it and see what I'm doing. And you don't have to see me go basically off stream. Phonic sneeze reflex? I don't know. I don't know. I like the Dread Knight point of view from No Fear. Did not realize that there was a machine spirit. Yep. It's cool. No Fear is one of those books where I'm just like, I don't care if you don't like Ultramarines. I get it. I understand. It's just a good book. I like the book a lot. I did not enjoy the subplot between old person. But that's also just because I don't give a fuck. I do not care. Oh, it's me, John Grammaticus. Did you know that we're actually the main characters? What? Yes, and we only appear in this author's works. Oh, you're crazy, oh. Your wife isn't real, oh, it's me, John Grammaticus. Calgar salted my land and burnt my crops. 1 second. Boo, 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 boo. That was the scariest thing I've ever seen. Marius Calgar is the scariest guy I've ever seen. I forget about John Grammaticus every time until he reappears that I'm reminded why I think he's trash. Like, literally, that was my exact reaction. I was like, oh, this is like my first experience actually listening to Oh. Oh. I understand now. I talk with an American accent. I'm the only guy in this entire series that is directed in the audiobook to talk with an American accent. Why? I don't fucking know. It's me, John Grammaticus, just a good old American boy in the 30th millennium. He is, like, I was getting hella, like, you want this guy to be played by Tom Cruise. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you want action movie guy to be John Grammaticus. John fucking Grammaticus. Oh. Your wife is dead, oh, it's me, John Grammaticus. Are you ready to do the plot, the real plot? Fuck this Horus Heresy stuff. We're the main characters, all. No, I just want to live on my farm. You can't do that, all. The plot demands that you be somewhere else right now, all. Three American surnames. Smith. Jones. Grammaticus. The Cabal, everyone. Guys, the Cabal. The Cabal is really important. It's really important, guys. Chat, I'm not going to talk about John Grammaticus. I don't want to. He bores me. I'm the kid on the throne of Pepsi's. I'm looking at Dan Abnett, and I'm going, your fucking OC bores me. I do not think he is interesting. Most of the heresy bores me. That's fair, genuinely. It's not important because it's related to aliens and aliens don't matter in 30K. No, it doesn't matter because they literally only show up in Dan Abnett's work. Like, potentially I could see the Cabal and shit mattering if they were mentioned literally anywhere else, but they're not. So it feels like, hey, you're reading a heresy book and you're having a great time, and then suddenly you're on like fan fiction adventure. And that's not an offense to fan fiction. It just, the tonal whiplash is crazy. I just can't believe that fucking Grammaticus has a goddamn American accent. That's the thing that like took me the fuck out the most. I was like, why does this bother me? Oh, he sounds like me. What the fuck? Oh. I feel like if Grammaticus, if Warhammer was like way popular in like the 80s, I'm talking like mainstream appeal, I feel like the Terminator theme would be John Grammaticus's theme. Like he would show up and it would be like da 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 da. It's John Grammaticus. Do 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 do. And he's here to kick ass and take names. Do 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 do. Hi. My name is John Grammaticus. I'm the main character of the Horus Heresy. Those Space Marine fellas? Ha 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 ha. What, you thought this Horus Heresy stuff was about them? Nah. Give him a It's John Grammaticus! God damn! The Dark King. I think conceptually the Dark King is an interesting idea. But it would be a lot cooler if it wasn't one of those Dan Abnett things that shows up for 5 minutes and then is never explained or talked about ever again. I feel that is my actual issue with Dan Abnett. Is that it is he will mention and establish things and then either fridge the idea or it will just never ever ever be elaborated on. Hey, here's Erda. Essentially, Biggie's first partner, with huge implications as to what or why she did anything. Oh, she's gone. What? Yeah, she's gone. Don't worry about it. She's gone now. Those questions that I raised, yeah, gone. I don't mean this as an insult because I think he's a fantastic writer. But I think Dan Abnett has a bit of issues similar to J.J. Abrams, where ideas get introduced and questions are raised, but answers are rarely given. Or like, let's break this idea further. You know what I mean? Is Dan Abnett the one who came up with the secret extra 4 Chaos Gods thing? No, that's just kind of a thing. Let me explain. Be'lakor in, I believe it was AOS. It could have been 40k. And this actually might have been Vashtor. I'm getting my Undivided Demons mixed up a little bit, but that's fine. One of those two have basically reasoned, hey, there's room for 8 Chaos Gods. So why not me? I'm gonna get up there.
It's the 8-pointed star of chaos, after all. Why not have 8 slots? Why is it 8 stars? Because it's a thing that they took from Michael Moorcock's work. That's all it is. They took it. They stole it. They took the 8-pointed star of chaos from Michael Moorcock's work. That's why. That's why it's an 8-pointed star. Hey there, Leto. A prototype of the Primarchs, a reference to unpainted minis in his armor, and like that, he's gone. Again, this kind of goes back to what we were talking about in the pre-stream, which is you gotta not take this shit too seriously, and most of the time, everything that you're gonna experience in Warhammer is based on vibes. Wouldn't it be cool if there was a reference to the original Space Marine miniatures from like Rogue Trader and we called it Leetu, which is a reference to what the model actually was named and how it was referred to when you had to order it through a magazine? Yeah, that is really cool. Anyway. It's all vibes. Doesn't Call have a prototype Space Marine? Yeah, you're talking about Alpha Primus, who basically is a mini Primarch. He's like the progenitor of all of the Primaris shit. So yeah. I mean, it's interesting, but you know, until they actually do something with that. I could go into something that happens in Call's trilogy, but I don't want to because that is like big spoilers. So I won't. What else is metal on you, man? I mean, you're all metal. God damn, you're metal. You know. We got the chainmail. Obviously we have to touch with the black here and there, but got the chainmail, got the chest, got the head, got yeah, we got everything. All right. Yep. Next. Can you recommend a good 40k Space Marine book? The 30k stuff is burning me out a bit. What are you interested in? What kind of Space Marine book do you want? Do you want them being like generally shitty? Do you want something that's like chaosy? Do you want them being kind of heroes? Do you want something that focuses on Primarch? Do you have a particular chapter you're interested in? Ooh, first Slaneshi Marine. Ooh, I haven't painted the metallics on a Tormentor. I think that's what these guys are called, Tormentors. I haven't painted metallics on you just yet, so I'm excited. I'm gonna make this metal. Give it some difference to the rest of the stuff here. Let's make this part metal, and then we'll make the
thing holding the tassel will make that silver as well. Malice fans were kids in high school who said that they were part of a secret club that you wouldn't understand anyways. Dude, Malice, again, a god that conceptually, very cool. It's a fuck everything and then myself. True chaos. Actual chaos. Very cool. But due to copyright reasons, we can't do that. Don't really know what I want. I like cool battles. Pandora's correct. Lion Son of the Forest is probably the best Space Marine book. That focuses on a Primarch, though, and Dark Angels, so if you're down with that. It also is the book that makes Lion into a character. Let's be very clear. Lion, before that book, was just like, who is he? Oh, he's just kind of a knight, but he's like a psycho. Oh, is he like knightly? Does he try to be knightly? No, he's kind of crazy. He really likes genocide. He's also very secretive and nobody really trusts him and he doesn't really trust anybody else. I've already read that though. Have you read Rin's World? Rin's World focuses on the Crimson Fists. I turned my buddy Gappy, who I believe is in chat right now. Yep, literally talking about Rin's World. Dante is great. I haven't read Dante. But I've heard good things. Who doesn't genocide? Yeah, but like, whereas like Gilliman also had teachings and knew how to like do politicking and world governing, of course. So did like Horus and a lot of the other Primarchs. Lion's like purpose was like, let me put it this way. Leman Russ was also like the executioner. He was the Emperor's executioner. That was his like role. His official role was that, right? Leman Russ was sent out into the world where the Emperor wanted everybody to know, here's the brutality of the Space Wolves. Don't fuck with the Imperium because I will send my wolves upon you. The wolves will fucking kill you and they'll eradicate you, right? They'll brutalize you. Lion and the Dark Angels were sent out if the Emperor wanted a problem to go away and nobody ever finds out that they ever existed. Oh, is there an alien species that's going to be a big problem for us? Lion, I no longer wish to look at it. I hear the Dark Imperium books are alright. I've skimmed a lot of the Dark Imperium stuff. I've skimmed a lot of Space Marine books. I've skimmed a lot of Warhammer books in general for research purposes. And I will say this. Dark Imperium has one of the coolest chapter and POV transitions I've ever seen in a Warhammer book. It's fucking awesome. Without going too much into it, it is Nurgle. It's Ultramarines and Gilliman and stuff fighting Nurgle. It's really cool. Dark Imperium rocks. I need to get to the second book eventually. Yep. Mark, how do you feel about well, Mark, I remember you talking in the Discord talking about how you were like kind of meh on Ultramarines, and then when Calgar showed up, you went, "Oh my god, I get it." Like Calgar was like, "Oh shit, this dude fucking rocks." which is a lot of people's reaction to Calgar. Everybody goes like, nah, whatever, and then they experience one Calgar moment, and they go, oh fuck, wait, he's awesome, wait, he's fucking cool. Calgar knows what the fuck is up, man. He knows what he's doing. I liked him fine enough, but I loved Calgar immediately. Yeah. Calgar is a good example of, I mean, him and Dante are great examples in different ways of an old man in a profession where men die young. Calgar is the jaded, kind of tired general, whereas Dante is like the soldier who has to keep on sacrificing. He has to keep on fighting. And it's really interesting having that contrast between the two. I finally understood the hype. These rebels are embarrassing. Mm-hmm. Listen, there's a moment, there's a reason why in Space Marine 2, when he fucking shows up, they make the fucking point to go slow-mo and be like, dude, it's fucking Calgar. It's not just, oh, he's the chapter master. It's, holy fuck, he's competent. He's smart. Still haven't finished Dark Imperium. It's pretty good. I like it. I think as far as like tie-in novels to editions go, it's pretty good. Like, Leviathan was whatever. But Dark Imperium, people still talk about, you know? I mean, fuck, we're talking about it. Remember Leviathan? I remember. Tyranid fans, I hope you liked your time in the sun. I hope you get rules that are more to your tastes in 11th. My brain will read 100 pages and won't read the rest of the book for weeks. That happens to me sometimes. Like, I'll start to get into a book and I just go, I kind of want to do something else, or I don't really feel like reading right now. Can't wait for Dorn and Gilliman to have a Marnius Calgar on the island. It's going to be so fucking funny. I wonder what his first words are going to be. Because if it's like some shit like Tyranid, it's going to be so fucking funny. Alright, we've got 2 more to go for Metallics. We've got the Aspiring Champion, Slaneshi person. And then we've got just a couple touch-ups and things. Yeah. The fact that monsters can finally tank shock is very nice. Yeah. Yeah, I want monsters to feel like fucking monsters. So once we do this, we're gonna, excuse me, we're gonna do a couple touch-ups with our acrylics, like regular acrylics, not metallics. And then we're going to move on to the alcoholic paints. That's going to be a time. As far as like the metals and stuff go, I think we're going to add a slight wash of probably something like Agrax Earthshade over him. I don't know. We'll see. I know I've said before on stream that I do not like washes, but that's generally speaking when covering things like shadows on cloaks or things like armor panels on Space Marines. I do not like the finish. I think it looks bad. But when it comes to metallics, like plasma pistols or whips or whatever, then, I mean, they're already metallic, so what's the issue? I'm about to eat some ramen with my wife. God damn. I've got some chicken in the fridge. It thawed over like a day or two, and then I've got it soaking now in some soy sauce. And I'm probably gonna cut it up, get it cooked, add it to some stir fry. That's my plan. What's your favorite American sushi roll? California roll is fucking sweet. I know it's basic, but like I like it. I like it a lot. Sushi is incredibly subjective and dependent where you get it. Yeah, like, I wouldn't get sushi where I'm at right now. Like, Kansas? Absolutely not. Vancouver? I'm getting sushi all day, every day. Love sushi. Carrie and I don't know what to eat. I just look at her and I give that knowing glare. And I'm like, sushi? And she, of course, says, yes. Had fried alligator sushi in Ohio, do not recommend. What the fuck? Huh? Maybe everything my students were telling me about Ohio was true. And not just internet meme. Maybe they were right. That's all gonna be gold. Or should it be silver? Nah, we'll go gold. Gold. Gators is fish. Objectively not true. Not true at all, actually. Objectively wrong. Ohio is a PvP zone. You cannot be going to Ohio going saying some shit like I want some alligator sushi. They'll give it to you. Ava is secretly a cat. What? Okay, let's paint this power whip. Holy. Being careful not to get the metallics on the robes because it'll take like 8,000 coats of pink to get it off. I really like the Emperor's Children models. I think they're really, really well made. I think they're really well sculpted. I think if I had to change anything, like gun to my head, change something about the Emperor's Children sculpts, I'd say maybe give some more head options. But even then, like, I think the head options are pretty good. Hearing about Ohio, I'm glad I live in Africa. Let's see here. Tubes. Tubes on the back. Pack. Tube here. And a tube here. A little orb there. Little thing here. Emperor's Children needs Sister of Battle crossbow, but it fires dildos. I genuinely forget sometimes that Sisters of Battle have crossbows, and it's so cool. Like, just visually, that's really cool. I feel like I'd like to get an ally unit of sisters. I'm kind of waiting to see what the ally rules are for 11th edition before, like, jumping the gun on that sort of thing. But in my mind, I think Ultramarines fighting with Sisters of Battle is such a cool idea. I don't know. I just like allies. I like narrative fluff in my tabletop games. I like the fluff. That's all this lore stuff is. It's all just fluff. Why the hell are our two armies fighting? I don't know. You've got like a relic I want or something. We'll figure it out. I don't like the pinheads. That's fair, but you can like helmet them up, I think. Okay. All right. Oh boy. I'm stretching. Oh, I'm stretching. Okay. Most of the bad stuff mentioned really is just internet memery. We aren't say the entirety of the southern U.S. That said, we're not great either, or even good. Wait, local Ohioan in chat? That's crazy. Nah, but totally. No, of course, of course. Like that's the nature with everything, right? I mean, fuck me. I live in Kansas. Are you gonna ask me if we have any trees? I'm looking at them outside right now. You ask me where the yellow brick road is? That's in Lawrence, bro. But yeah, no, it's all just internet shit. It's like with anything you see on the internet. Like you gotta look at it, and then if you're like genuinely like, is this place like this? Maybe do a bit more research. Look into it. Come to your own conclusion. So I am being extra careful with this Chaos Lord because, as I've been talking about, he is the character model, and I want him to look good. So I'm just doing my best to mitigate any sort of touch-ups or cleanups we might have to do. Just being very gentle. Very, very gentle. Doing my absolute best to not get this paint on any of that sexy highlighted armor we've already made. I will probably have to pull up a picture of the Chaos Sword. Both of these are gonna be gold. And then from here on, though, this is gonna be metal. As for the hammer itself, the hammer head, I don't know. I'd like to look up a picture. Can confirm. Also soybeans. Oh, the soy. Are you a soy boy? What's your testosterone level? Remember when that was like a big thing? People were talking about testosterone levels and shit. You're just a soy cuck. I remember. It's crazy. Some people still think it's a thing. That's crazy. You're a beta. I'm more than that. I'm a sigma. I'm a sigma male, brother. Chat, you know about bone mashing?
Dobby's dick is not flaccid. Dobby will kill anyone who says such a thing. Come outside, Dobby will fuck you up.
Dobby, but he's also a vampire from Sinners.
Let me in. Harry Potter must let Dobby into the... Let Dobby in now. Dobby wishes to be inside now. Harry Potter definitely wants to let Dobby in, just say it. But for real though, let me in though.
Their Alpha Sigma gender identities have mostly died or shifted to weirder stuff. Damn.
Dobby's into bone mashing.
What other medals you got on you? You got a little tiny trinket on your little belt here. It's adorable. Hold on.
Dobby doesn't do black pill.
There's a great H-bomb video about soy. Yeah, I know. It's a good one. But it's like, Jesus Christ, people fucking believe this shit. That's crazy to me. There are some people who literally will just find out. They'll point to anything other than their own self as a reason for things being the way they are. Or, like, point at something else, you know what I mean? Okay, I need to look up a picture of this guy just to see if, like, the chest part is supposed to be silver. I also almost forgot about the grenades. The grenades that we started this this painting sesh painting. Okay. Air Seattle's pretty good as far as American cities go. I like Seattle a lot. I did not enjoy my time in downtown Seattle, but that might have just been like we were not prepared. We went by the gum wall. And Carrie and I were at the gum wall, and we were both thinking, this is the most disgusting thing we've ever seen. And right as we both thought that at the same time, there was a fucking guy behind us who was like, I love this. This is my favorite thing I've ever seen. I love this. Aura, aura, aura. Soy check maxing. Chat, you need to stop. Let's add a couple more metallics to places we know are metallic. Such as the little tubes here on the backpack. Just little taps and touches here. There's also the whole like trophy rack that needs to be silver. Again, I'm being more careful because this is a actual character model, so I don't want to get any... The less I have to clean up on the character model, the better. Starting to talk like a baby now. Goo goo gaga. Where's my codex? Just doing a very basic little run through here. And because this is a Space Marine head, I need to check sentry studs. There they are. There's 3 of them. 1. little taps here and there. Okay, that worked out. It literally doesn't want to focus on the backpack. It refuses to acknowledge that the backpack is a real thing. Behold, the backpack. Alright, so we gotta do like the entire trophy rack part. I'm not gonna glue on the backpack just yet, because we still need to do, when we do the gold trim, we need to do the entire back of the helmet here. And so that's gonna be way, 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 way easier if we don't have the backpack attached. And also the backpack itself, excuse me. The only thing that needs to be gold is the skull here, the skulls here. Yeah. Dobby doing that spring water ice bath thing from the buff dude on Instagram, but it's the death water from the Dumbledore death bolt. Dude, we were talking about it, and it was like, what if Dobby just drank the lake? Buff Dobby could just drink the fucking lake.
Harry Potter must stand back. Dobby is thirsty.
My husband just walked in and wondered what I was listening to. What did you tell him? I'm gonna pull up a picture of Chaos Lord. I told him, imagine Dobby the house elf got really into the manosphere, and after a moment he started cracking.
Dobby is a champion of the men.
Wait, dude, on the picture they have him with the axe, not the fucking hammer. What the?
What the frick is this, dude? What the frick? They don't even fucking show that. Oh, there it is.
They had it. It was in like the third picture down. But in that one, this part is black, so we gotta change that ASAP. This part is silver though, like the speaker part. Oh, I forgot. I don't have any silver here.
If Dobby was on the plane that crashed into the towers, things would have gone down different.
Dobby, what? Dobby has a Dobby update app like the Jeremy Renner app. Holy fuck. You check the Dobby app and it's just like 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters, 7 meters. He's getting closer, dude. What do we do? What do we do? Fuck. Fuck. Fuck.
Dobby just thinks that the old ways were better.
What do you mean by that, Dobby?
Dobby's lawyer has advised him to not go down this line of questioning. Dobby has been cancelled on Twitter.com. Dobby has been cancelled on X, the Everything app.
Good morning, good morning. Welcome, welcome. I'm just painting this backpack that has a lot of details. I mean, it's a trophy rack. I would imagine there'd be a lot of details, but still. There's a bit more than I was expecting. I want to see Dobby doing the Tri-Wizard tournament. They just fucking, like, put him in the ring with the dragons, and he just fucking... And depending on what you pull from this bag, you will be able to fight a dreaded dragon.
Give Dobby that.
He pours out every single one in his hand.
Dobby will fight them all.
Pulling pile drivers. God.
Dobby will save the other wizards.
Drinks the lake. That's not how the contest is supposed to go, Dobby.
Dobby doesn't care. Dobby won. Give Dobby prize. Dobby must dive and retrieve the mermaid eggs.
Dobby, watch this. Drinks the lake. Exactly. He goes to drink the lake. And they're so shocked. They don't stop him. They're just like, what the fuck? Could Dobby outdrink Thor or Russ? Dude, they have no fucking chance.
Dobby thinks you should shut your punk ass up.
Dobby, what are you doing? How can you... We used the time turner to go back in time to stop things. How did you...
Dobby can transcend time.
Just Buff Dobby has like the body type of Yujiro Hanma. That's what it has to be. It has to be, he is like bigger than any person who's ever lived. He has muscles that don't even exist. Tommy's running in the 90s. Buff Dobby running into a full sprint. Gets on all fours.
Old Dobby is saying that if he was allowed to participate in the Tri-Wizard tournament, it would have gone down differently. There would be a new Dark Lord. Of course Dobby can outlive Chuck Norris. He's fucking dead.
Just grabs the what is it, the Elder Wand? He just fucking just fucking snaps that shit it out. Oh, what the? Hello, chatters. Hello, welcome, welcome. We're painting a Chaos Lord backpack at the moment. Being very careful. Okay. Painting Chaos and talking about Buff Dobby. It's true. It's the only things we need. So, alright. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to empty this water. Because, look at all those delicious, delicious metallic flakes. We're going to go back. We're going to clean up. We need to do... We're going to clean up with black. We're going to base coat anything. Let me get my paints ready. Dark warm gray. Where'd my black go? I didn't use it that long ago. There it is. We're going to do black. Then we're also going to do the thinning process where we highlight all of this stuff. I think we're going to use Agrex Earthshade. I think that's what we're going to use. Because I still have a little bit of it. This is a paint pot I bought like 3 years ago. And I ought to use it, you know, but I should use it. So yeah. So far though, coming along very nicely. Chaos Lord is definitely a highlight. I mean, it's like, it's a character, right? He's got to be a highlight. Okay. I'm going to use the restroom really quick, though. So I'm going to turn up music a little bit, and y'all can relax for a little. I'll be right back. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna show y'all a trick. If you don't have a bronzy, coppery paint, for whatever reason, whether it be like little brassy, bronzy, whatever details on a miniature, Skaven, Death Guard, whatever, I'm gonna show you a trick. Here's these bells, right? We got this bell. Focus. This bell, right? They're all in silver. We're going to take the contrast paint Gore Grunta Fur. Gore Grunta Fur. Say 3 drops. Gore Grunta Fur. Now watch what happens. I'm going to wet the brush. Get some of this contrast paint. Make sure I don't over flood it or anything. And then we're just going to... And the other one. Remember, the way a lot of contrast paints work is that you glob it on and then push it around. So try to do that here. Don't try to just glob and then glob and then glob and then glob. Don't do that. Just try and move it around as much as you can. If there's any pooling, be sure to get rid of it. Redistribute it elsewhere. And that's it. That's once this dries, this will look like a really cool bronzy, brassy type metal. A screaming bell, yeah. Image of Morgan Freeman, true. Alrighty. Okay. I need to take this, base coat a tube that's on this Death Guard guy. Nothing too crazy, just a tube. Favorite speed paint. If we're also counting Citadel, I don't know. Okay, I do want to clean up a little bit on the stomach here. I did get a little bit of the silver on that. That's okay though. Do we count Tesseract Glow? I would count Tesseract Glow personally. Okay, just checking. Okay. We're gonna get our coal black, because I'd like to base the little weapon handle device dingle hopper. This thing. And then this side. Okay. Wait for that to dry, then we'll give a quick highlight of a gray. I remember there was something else that was, I wanted it to be gray. I can't think of it now. It's fine though. We'll make that gold. Whatever. That's fine. Okay. A little bit of metal actually slipped down. So let's take our yellow. We're going to do what we did at the beginning of the stream. We're going to take a little bit of yellow, just a teeny tiny drop. Wipe it. Get some black. Add it to the yellow. Make that nice. A little darker. That nice olive green. And just very carefully touch where that grenade needs to be olive again. Easy. Okay. What else do we need? Before the wash step. Let's see here. I want this knee to also be Garagek Sewer. I want it to be that bronze look. Copper, bronze, whatever it might be. Like when we do this, it basically gets the effect of like a really dull looking, what's the paint I'm thinking of? Balthazar Gold. That's the one. I almost forgot about the stitches on these fellas' faces, so let's do those. Let's just use a gray, because that's what I've got on my palette right now. Not worried about being super neat. Okay. We need to base coat the back of the backpack again, because in doing the cape last time, we got a bit of red on the backpack, so we just got to simply go in, just reintroduce that black base coat, just making sure it's even and smooth, or textured if you want. If you really want it to be like rough looking, you can always add more texture. Add a bit of water, just a little bit. Use that to base coat. Well, I guess at this point it would be layering over any mistakes. We may have to go over this once more with the gold step, but that's okay. Let's get a little bit in there. Okay. All right. It's time for a wash. Okay. Wait. No. I almost forgot. Almost forgot to highlight the metal here, or the little handle thing. The dangle handle mantle, you know? Just adding very, very basic scratches and highlights. I'm not overly worried about it. Okay. Alright, so Agrat's Earthshade is going to be for anything that's like a working metal. So that's like... axes, swords, that kind of thing. Well, I mean, even then, maybe not. Just thinking. Okay, let's start with the black carapace. I definitely want to be darker. So we're gonna go back to our palette. I'm basically gonna mix this as close as I can to a wash or glaze consistency. So I'm gonna go 1, 2, 3 drops of Lamian medium, and then we'll go 1, 2, 3 drops of coal black from Pro Acryl. Mix, 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 mix. I can already tell this is going to be way too strong, so we're going to go to a 2-to-1 ratio. 1, 2, 3. A fourth drop went in. Mr. President, a fourth drop has entered the concoction. So 3 drops coal black, 4 drops Lamian medium. Let's check the consistency. I've added 2 more. So 6 drops of Lamian medium, 3 drops of coal black, so a 2-to-1 ratio. This should be good enough. Okay. Now I'm going to get a decently sized brush. This one will do. Make sure all my paints are closed. Just don't want any accidents. Okay. And then, the stomach on this guy is going to be a really good example of this. I'm going to take a little bit on my brush. And then just like a wash. I'm going to go over and just wash over it. This is my favorite way to do black carapace because it's so easy. You don't have to highlight it. It's already done. One problem that might arise, though, is kind of what's happening here. We might even go a 3-to-1 ratio with this. Is, it might tint the surface slightly. I'm actually going to add 3 more drops. So 3-to-1 ratio of Lamian medium to your black paint. Mix it well. So why are we using this and not water? This is adding more colorless pigment to the mixture, which is thinning the paint without it actually causing the pigments to separate from one another. That's why when you base it with water, it can get like really, really, really thin and really, really like, that's what I'm looking for, like loose. So we want our paint to be very thin and the pigment to only go into those recesses. Now, luckily, these Emperor's Children model have a lot of black carapace showing, like a lot. So this is a good example and a good test to see our ratios, see if we need to add more black or more Lamian medium. I'm pretty happy where it is right now. Don't worry about getting it in every single place. Just make sure you get the majority of it. For things like the Emperor's Children, though, I think we will go back in and add a slight highlight just because their black carapace is so prominent. So I think we actually will go in. So like this Night Lord, going in and trying to highlight the stomach and the black carapace there, like that's why. Why would I do that? There's no point. You could also use this step as like a pin wash. So you would thin it to such a degree that, or use an oil paint for this. Although for doing one step and mixing a whole oil paint for it, like I don't know if that's worth it. Me personally, I don't think it's worth it. I think just thinning it with some Lamian medium, just guiding it into those recesses, that's going to be your best effort. And we're doing it now because before the trim, we'll have more opportunities to make a mistake and to clean it up. But when that trim is on there, that's going to be much harder to actually go back and... not impossible, but like more tedious to go and fix. As for the pink on this fella, I'm being very careful to avoid it. I'm making sure that I do not go too crazy on my application when I'm next to the pink. Speaking of, though, a little bit of that Gilman flesh got on there, so we will have to go back and adjust that, but that's okay. That's all right. Now this fine fella. And again, we're just going around seeing where's that gray, where's that black carapace. Let's fill it in. We don't have to be worried about, oh, did I use too much? Or, oh, did I get on the black armor? Because you get on the black armor, that's fine. I'm also going to go around and start doing this to the leather. So, like, they have these leather straps all throughout their armor. I'm basically adding this as like a highlight, well, essentially a tint over the material. Diluted pigment, but same consistency. Yes. Okay, let's do it for the Chaos Lord. I'm going to be more careful with this one, obviously. I'm also going to use this step to add some black lining into the deepest recesses of places I feel would benefit from it. A place like the belt buckle with the demonic face on it, because I think it'll just make it pop more. We're essentially adding like a black outline to it, so it'll look more, it'll stand out more. Okay. I printed you Sassy Nurgling. Very good. This is good news. Oh, chat, yesterday I went on a whole rant about Discworld. I had such a fun time. Oh, I love Discworld. So if you look at the horn here, like that's the purpose of doing it this way, so that we're able to just kind of glide our paint along and get those instant highlights and recess shades. Now a wash would do the same thing, absolutely, but I feel, I've talked about it before, I don't like the finish of things like Nuln Oil or Agrax Earthshade for things like horns or armor panels. I think it looks bad. No offense if anybody uses it, obviously. It's just a preference. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna add Agrax Earthshade to the other stuff. Hell yeah. This will be really cool. Okay. Agrax Earthshade. I'm gonna add this to weapons, silvers, anywhere we feel needs it. Didn't expect you to still be at this when I got back to my apartment. Good shit. Yeah, I don't got anything to do today until, like 4 o'clock. The gang and I are watching Dune. And Toon. It is also Mother's Day, so depending how long we go, I may take like 5 minutes to just call my mom or something, you know? Just got back from my mom. Mom's hanging in there. That's good. I'm glad to hear it, man. Chemo's a bitch. Yeah. How goes the oil painting? No oils. No oils today. This is just Agrax Earthshade. We're using it on metallics. If these end up looking dirty at the end of it because of the slight brown hue, good. Chat, as far as I know, book club is still on for Wednesday, so if you haven't finished Twice Dead King Ruin, you got a couple days. I like the book a lot. It's a good book. I like it. Use Agrex so the shade of your bangles really gels with the red. Yep. Brown shading like a warm red color. Really, really good. If you wanted the red to look a little more cold, go with a black wash. Or even purple. But yeah, bangles work really well when they're a warm red. Same thing with corn. Does Agrex have a Primaris mini, or is it Vulcan Hesten? I can never remember. Agrex Agatone is a character that you can play with salamanders. He had a plastic mini for the last couple of years. Vulcan Hesten just got a refresh. He had a firstborn mini for the longest time. I hate reliquaries. And the only box photo of where it would be they took the option has the shield covering it. Why? I do not know. My love, if you're here, are you excited for Dune and then Tune? I'm excited. Vulcan will return on Armageddon to fight Perturabo 1v1. Nope. Ain't gonna happen, buddy. Want an extra Plague Marine champ? I have a silly idea to make a token out of the Sassy Nurgling. The Plague champ's gotta go somewhere. I mean, maybe. I don't really have need for one. Cat. Cat in the backyard. On the prowl, looking for rabbits. Or birds. Interesting. The Agrax Earthshade is kind of melded into the green that was underneath it. It's reactivated the paint. That's fascinating. Not what I want, though. That's fine. We're almost done with our step anyway. Are salamanders green apple, watermelon, or peppermint flavored? Lime. We should do it in this order. dry where you're supposed to dry. All right. It's time to take a look at these metallics. Okay, we're gonna do a quick little dry brush over some of the working metals like the claws and stuff. But what are we gonna use for that? Aha! Runefang Steel. If we're gonna do this step now, then I have an idea. But first it'll require a lot of shaking. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. Remember my plan for this guy? His axe. We're gonna cover it in dirty down rust. And we're gonna wait for it to dry, and then we're gonna dry brush this silver over the top of it. It's gonna look awesome. You'll see what I mean. It's gonna look so sick. All the resin stuff is gone from the shop? I don't know if that is true. I'm gonna look up the Horus Heresy stuff really quick. Yeah, they're still there. They're still there. All right, pay attention. Here we go. Use an old banged up brush for this because this will murder your brush. We're gonna take the dirty down rust. Gonna really glob it on some places. What'd you miss? I just coated this boy's axe in some rust. I want to see what that glob dries into. We'll give it a few minutes. I'm gonna trust the process. Digging the look of this guy. I really like him. Waiting for it to dry, and then I'm just gonna spread around it like a texture. All the resin stuff for the German version of the website is gone for some reason. That's weird. That's really strange. Should salamanders have regular color hair? It's Warhammer. Do whatever you want. I give an ultramarine in my squad of intercessors bright purple hair. Like, why not? It's the future. Ooh. Look how nasty and rusty that looks. Mmm. Yeah, that looks like rust. That looks like rust. You seeing this? That looks like rust. That's crazy. And when we add a little dry brush of silver on top, that's gonna look awesome. This is gonna look so sick. All right, chat. Okay. We're going to focus this dry brush on things like the working metals, the weapons in particular. But I've got some Runefang steel here. And we're going to dry brush. Test on the side of the base. It's a little too streaky for my liking. Much better. I'm just... like any normal dry brush, going and hitting the edges. Side to side, up and down. Doing a dry brush like this will make our metallics look worn, but also still really, really shiny on the edges, so it'll look more like they're actually, you know, metal. You see the texture that the brush has left on those claws? They look like they've been used. They look like that they're sharp, you know? Add a few little highlights on things like the chainmail. I'm not worrying too much about things like the legionaries because ultimately these are like, you know, whatever. And also, the enamel wash we do at the final step of all this is going to really drastically change the look of these guys anyway. So, I'm just adding very basic, very light touches of this silver, knowing that a lot of this is going to get dulled down again, and that's okay. We'll do a direct comparison, okay? Let's look at this claw, right? See how it's quite dull? And now look at it. Easy, instant highlights. Makes it look way more like metal. You can go as heavy or as light as you want. I like it. As much as I dislike working with them, generally speaking, I think metallic paints are really, really cool when they work properly. Just gonna touch the chest a little bit. I may even go back and do some of the straps by brush. Just because if it's an aspiring champion, I think it should have that little more oomph. But regular legionaries, I don't know. I doubt it. I don't want it. I believe this is now fully dry, the rust, so let's do a very light oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's awesome. That's rust, baby. You see that? That's rust.
That's awesome.
The boy is rusty. You said that's rust with the same inflection as Patrick Bateman. That's rust. But look at that shit. That's fucking awesome. That's so cool. Don't you want to get? What? Why won't you move my mini? Why won't you touch the axe part? What's wrong? What do you like about it? What's wrong?
It's just a little bit of rust. Like, come on.
My Witcher head's in chat. Isn't this song about a wedding? No idea. Just know that's the song that plays when combat starts. Yeah. Alright. We're gonna start doing a little select edge highlights on the Lord. And maybe the Inspiring Champions. All 2 of them that we have right now. Yes, I think. Gotcha.
What time is it?
2:30. I think we're pretty much done with our metallics, so I mean, we still have the gold to do, obviously, but you know. It's hard for the camera to really capture these guys because of how dark that black is on camera. If and when we go live next, we'll probably add a couple select edge highlights to the... Well, you know what? Why not? Why not right now? Why not right now? Why not? It'll be our last little thing we do. And then that's it. What's a small brush I have? I'm just going to use the edge of my brush, or the side of my brush, to just kind of glide alongside the stomach. The legs. I'm satisfied with that. Just a simple little highlight. All right. I call that done for today. All right. Excuse me for 1 minute. I'm going to go properly clean this brush. Be right back. I'm very satisfied with that amount of effort we did today. That amount of progress. Very happy how that turned out. Very, very happy. Okay, well, I thought we would get to the gold today, but evidently that is not the case. That is not the case at all. We've got... Get these. We've got our legionaries, some aspiring champions, 2 aspiring champions, and our lord. Very happy how the progress has gone so far. So far, the Lord is by far my favorite, but that's also because I just love the sculpt. Very much looking forward to getting some gold on these guys. So far, they look pretty good, but when the gold comes in and really contextualizes the black armor, it's gonna look awesome. It's gonna look so cool. Oh, man. Oh, I'm stretching. I'm still tired, man. I'm still tired. But yeah, I'm very much looking forward to getting this Lord all painted up. I think he's going to look really, really cool. I think he's going to look awesome. I'm very excited for that Power Fist. I mean, just in general, like it's such a cool sculpt, and when he's all said and done, he's just gonna look so cool. Yeah. Yeah. Awesome. Awesome. I'll also be looking forward to finally gluing this backpack on. But, all that's really left is to get the gold done, get all the gold on the models, and then, I mean, once we get the gold on for the Lord, I'm going to go around and recess shade like around all of the rivets and stuff on his shoulder pads. He doesn't have too many. He has a lot on his Power Fist, though. So it might be, it's whatever. I'm basically going to take a contrast paint, and we're going to just recess wash. It'll be easy. Then once that's done and everything is dry, I'm going to take them outside. That'll be the end of that day, basically. I imagine next stream is going to be nothing but gold. It's going to be gold. And when the gold is done, then we're going to take them outside. I'll come back. I'll wait for them to fully cure over like 24 hours. And then I don't know if I should do the enamel wash on stream. And the reason why I say that is because all that would be I put the enamel wash on, and then we are literally watching paint dry. Like, that's it. So maybe gold will be the last time we see these guys, like the gold step. And then maybe it's just basing after that. I don't know. What I do know is I am in love with this Chaos sculpt. Sometimes you have a sculpt that looks great, and you love it. And then you start to paint it and you go, ooh, this is really annoying, actually. I don't like this. Or you get going in a sculpt and you go, actually, I love this even more now. I think this is one of my favorite minis ever. That happens sometimes. Chaos Lord is definitely in the camp of I am painting him, and I think it's an even cooler model now that I'm painting him. I think he looks awesome. I'm very much looking forward to seeing him decked out in gold, because this gold, chat, the gold it's my favorite step, because I mean, look at this. When he's all golden and shit, it's gonna look so awesome. It's gonna look so, so, so cool. And then the legionaries, when they're all done, then we keep going. Yeah, when the legionaries are done, I mean, that's like it's not a full squad, but it is 2 champions, 3 heavy weapons, 3 heavy weapons, and a leader. Because otherwise it's just Bolter City, right? Here's the oil paints that we did a couple days ago. And as you can see, it's pretty much the same result. It's not as dusty as the enamel wash is, because the enamel wash explicitly, like, that's the purpose of it. It is supposed to be, like, dusty. I will still probably cover these guys in a layer of the Goons Grime. But you can see the effect of the oil wash right here, like, especially with this skin. Remember, we had this, like, based in Rakarth flesh. And the oil wash, I mean, that looks like skin, right? Oil washes, they're really cool. They're really useful. I like them a lot. But for these guys, specifically these guys, I think doing the Goons Grime route from Dirty Down, or not Dirty, Villainy Inc. is the way to go, because it gives that layer of dust. It makes it, like, let's have an example. Let's have this legionary here, and then let's compare, like, these two. Because the scheme is black, having that layer of dirt and grime over it makes them look more realistic in a strange way. But then you have, like, this Death Guard miniature, who I'll put right here or here. And I mean, it's hard to tell, because if they're all based together, they'll look like they belong together. But, like, I mean, this looks dirty and grimy too. But I did paint it differently. And when you look at a comparison between the two, it's very different. It's very, very different. And oil wash would be better for something like this. For something like this Death Guard, it would be so, so, so much better, because it is it's brighter colors. When you're working with black, you have to find a way to make the black not black. And the way that this works, if you can see it here, the lighting's a little weirder compared to what it is in real life. But because that dust is in those recesses, that makes the black look black. So, like, for example, you see on the backpack here, you can see the dust is surrounding the rivets. And it makes your eyes go, oh, that's not just a flat black. That's like, it's black, and there's, like, some dust in the crevices and stuff. Whereas this, if I did an oil wash, I would do wonders in darkening it down. But frankly, I didn't need an oil wash because the methods that I did beforehand. What I did do, though, is I did a very, very light wash of the enamels over this, and then I washed it all again with a ultra matte varnish. And I love it. I love this Death Guard mini. I think, weirdly, on camera, I don't like him. On camera, I think he doesn't look very good, but I think in real life, he looks awesome. He looks the right amount desaturated. I think it's just because my skin is, like, affecting the, oh, wait, hold on. How white my wrist is. Yeah, that's closer to what we're working with. But as you can see, like, it's hella desaturated, and I think it looks amazing. I think it looks great. It emboldens my idea of, like, a very, like, a Terminator exclusive Death Guard list. You know what I'm talking about? Like, that would be awesome. Oh, man. Yeah. I'm very much, very, very happy with the progress that we've made today. Very much looking forward to seeing how the next couple steps go. Yeah. very cool. Very cool time. Very fun time. Looking forward to seeing what everything looks like when it's all together. How many Chaos Minis have we done on stream? Let's get that Death Guard guy out of here. I'm talking just generic CSM. See, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Not a full squad, mind you, because, you know, different loadouts and stuff. Let me start to grab... What else should we... What's the next... What's the next type of Chaos Marine we should tackle? Rubric Marine, shut up. Shut up. No. You know what? Don't have to be snippy about it. You caused a visceral reaction within me. Let's make a full squad. How about that? So we've got aspiring champion. Aspiring champion. Okay, they've got the pose, they've got the plasma. Bolter. 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 So we've got 3 bolters. Great. Heavy weapon. Heavy weapon. Heavy weapon. Heavy weapon. So, let me check something. Okay. All right. A basic squad would be aspiring champ, heavy weapon, take your pick, bolter, chainsword, special weapon. So we need chainsword and special weapon. Let me think. We also could go 2 chainswords as the route, drop the bolter, but that would also mean we would need 2 chainsword and then a special. So let's keep it with this. Let's keep the heavy weapon bolter, and then we'll get chainsword special. But what special do we need? Let me get the chainsword. I have a couple chainsword guys. Chat. Do you want... What would you rather have painted on stream first? Your options are las cannon, heavy bolter to complete a squad. Also, I found the chainsword guy, and I hate you because I found him. I forgot I made this one. Las cannon, las cannon. Okay, 1 second. Here's the las cannon. So this is a Havoc. They're normally on 40mm bases, but I shoved him onto this 32 mil. So he is legal. And then here's the heavy bolter guy. But las cannon, I just think this model looks way cooler than just sticking a las cannon on a legionary. So the squad, let's move some fellas away. Get this lord out of here for now. Champ. Chainsword. Las cannon. Bolter. And then heavy weapon guy. Yeah, already this force is looking pretty chaotic. I enjoy this. I like this. Now, chat, here's the question. There are some things that need to be shared amongst all of the champions. Barring things like this fella with the pink everywhere. Which I may even... Okay. I might sound crazy. I might change the pink loincloth to red to fit with the red motif everywhere else. And I thought to myself, well, no, because that'll look really bad and clash. But then I was like, it's an Emperor's Children. That's perfect. Of course. Of course they would have colors that clash and look ugly. Decisions. This fella, on the other hand, is definitely going to have red robes. And then I think I hate myself. Because here's what we're going to do. Instead of going gold in between all of the bars, I don't know what you would call these bars, we're going to go yellow. Classic Black Legion. I think classic Black Legion colors of the yellow would go really, really cool. So every other bar will be yellow. Black and yellow, you're insane. I have a trick. That trick is bold titanium white. And then we take like a contrast paint or just Uriel yellow here. Go over it. Boom. We're done. I think that would work. So, yeah, I'm not looking forward to things like trying to get the chest area. Not looking forward to that. Should be fine. Should be fine. But yeah, melee rubric marine. Why not? So this will basically be what our first squad is. The last cannon guy definitely is going to be like... Do we go hazard stripes on this fella too? Or do we just kind of like paint him as a Black Legion guy, you know? Some hazard stripes. We already have... Woo! Everything is fine. We do, as I was saying, already have Hazard Stripe McGee over here. But I mean, like on the leg right here, that would look awesome, I think. Hazard Stripes on the leg right there. Yeah, because we only did it like on shoulder pad and bolter. I think Hazard Stripe on the leg here. Or make him do a Havoc of the Steel Brethren. What's Steel Brethren? I'm not aware of that war band. Just looking at how detailed this guy is. It's the only Iron Warrior warband with a different color scheme. Let's look this up. Steel Brethren? Let's see. There's so many wires. Steel Brethren. 40K. What the fuck? Alpha Legion's not bad. I like that. That's kind of fun. Steel Brethren's kind of interesting, but their logo gives me conniptions. Yeah, they're mostly silver. I'm seeing that. What's another... Hold on. Chaos Warbands. Let's look this up. Is there like a chart like that? Yes, there is, baby! Alright, let's see. Well, let's start Undivided. There's the Tormented, which is basically Black Legion, but they're all possessed. There's the True Sons. Interesting. The Corpse Makers are just Black Legion colors. Hounds of Abaddon, that's kind of what we've been doing. We've been adding like shit that's like all the rage. True Sons are holdovers from the Sons of Horus stationed on Chthoniya during the Siege of Chthoniya. Yeah. But like one of them was like, fuck this, I'm going with Abaddon. Here, let me We're done painting today. Thank you all for coming on by. But before we leave, let's try to see what that havoc is going to be. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is Black Brethren of Arius? Arius? The fuck is that? What the? Yeah, just casually paint this on your... Fuck off. I'm kind of fucking with the True Sons / Sons of the Eye with the classic Horus colors. Let's see, Emperor's Children. Just more pinks and shit. Ooh, flames would be cool. I could still add flames on the... Ooh. Chat, I'm making a note. Nope, that's iCloud. I need a note. Paint black flames on EC AC. What about... Okay, you fellas. Whatever. Night Lords, whatever. We have enough Night Lord representation. Word Bearer might be interesting. But Havoc doesn't really give that vibe. Neither does Alpha Legion, to be entirely fair. There's just the honor list. Okay. Death Guard. He doesn't look very Death Guard-y, though. That's the problem. That's my issue, is that I kind of want it to fit. Not really World Eaters, or World Eaters, as this is titling it. Thousand Suns, not really. Let's go to like unknown warbands. Let's see here. Sons of Malice. Perchance. Dragon Warriors, nah. The Purge. Now that might be a little interesting. The Pyre. Is not all Chaos Warbands, some are missing. Yeah, this list is old. Oracles of Change is pretty cool. I like that dark red, but... Flawless Host. Okay. Night Killers. What is happening here? Ooh, I do like the Corpus Brethren. Crimson Slaughter, a classic. Deathmongers, Damned Company of Lost Castos, Night Stalkers, The Blood Gorge, The Cleaved. Holy shit, wait. Hold on, it's kind of sick, though. Wait, imagine the Havoc, right? But with the tiger striped leg? Wait, think about it, though. That's kind of sick. Right? Skyrar's Dark Wolves. Just Chaos Space Wolves? Okay. I don't know why, but every time a creator will paint like the thigh part of a Chaos Space Marine or just any Space Marine in general. It's just like they're wearing pants. I thought that said children of Portuguese. Children of Purgados is interesting, but I feel like it would go too much into salamander territory, and people would be like, is that a salamander? And I'd be like, nah. But I do fuck with the fire. The flames are pretty cool. The flames are pretty cool. Loincloth looks like the hate monologue. God. Brotherhood of Darkness is interesting. Okay. It's a little slutty thigh. The Chaos Marines deserve to be a little slutty. Angels of Ecstasy. Adharon's Reavers. Apostles of Mithras. Death Shadows. Chat, genuinely, I'm kind of leaning toward the Tiger Stripe because that's kind of sick, right? Isn't that kind of sick? Imagine the Havoc, but the fucking leg has the tiger stripes on it, and the las gun also has the tiger stripes. That's kind of sick. That's kind of awesome. Think about it. Are these former loyalists turned renegade? Who fucking knows? I've been sent an awful image from Gappy. He sent me this. Claws of Lorik, I think, are descended from astral claws. Cursed. What? Wait a minute. Hakanor's Reavers, though, the lava cracked pattern, that's also kind of sick. But the green fire! What? Okay. Very cursed buff Dobby. Listen, that's just what he looks like. He's buff. That's buff Dobby. I'm kind of fucking with the lava pattern, but I don't know. It's hard because, like I'm not looking to be like, this is what this guy is from, but I'm mostly looking to just go, hey, here's just like a random like slap of color on there to make it look interesting, you know? Ooh. His defenses were finally breached. I don't know. I don't feel like I can make a decision right now. I feel like when we begin to pay... Oh. Take me, Lexiconum. Or was it? Show me the good artwork. Yes, John Blanche, take me. Maybe we just go Black Legion, but we give him, like, fire leg. Like, I don't know. I don't know. What did he write down here? Hold up. Chaos Space Marines offer a painter and converter the chance to create a wild and individual models, add parts from other model ranges, experiment with paint effects, mix colors, and make each model different and unique. Here are some ideas and suggestions for you to try. Invent your own chapter colors. Create different painted armor effects, cracked or crazy paint, paving. Try marbling by allowing color to drop or run drip color into wet surfaces. Turn random shapes into faces. Yeah. No, this is giving me hella inspiration. I think we got to get weird with it. I think we got to get weird with it. We're going to get real weird with... I forgot he was there. I think we're going to get real weird with our Chaos Marines. Like, the primary color still needs to be black. But still, I think it's going to be really cool to just have, like, a whole warband where every single... It will look chaotic in the end. And that's the goal. Don't bother Buff Dobby. He might think you're the Dark Lord and come for you. Oh, shit. Wait. It's Sunday, but breaking news? Cities of Sigmar Battle Tome is coming out. It's got the cards and everything. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. There's the cog for it. There it is. Everybody's been waiting for it. There it is. People want it. People love the cog for it. People love the cog for it. This cool-ass wizard. This light wizard. Very cool mini. Can't wait to see. This is probably going to see some golden demons. I would bet. Very cool guy. This is also going to see some golden demons. This one maybe. I love the death bell on the head though. That's so awesome. Free Guild Gallants, the Knights, very cool. The Gate Gargants, very, very cool. Awesome terrain piece. Jorvan Creel, Heir of the Kraken, Free Guild Grenadiers, they're great. Okay. Alright, New Cities Spearhead. It's Free Guild. Whoa. Okay, there's actually more than I thought there was. Okay, you get steel helms. You get a unit of 10 steel helms. You get a commander with the assistant. You get the command core. And you get the character on the shrine. Huh. Okay. Maybe you can mix up your Black Legionnaires with Bronze Trim. Maybe. I kind of want to keep... The way to make it look unified but also still chaotic is to have those consistent... is to ironically have consistency in some places. So, like, gold trim is primarily black armor, and then gold trim is going to help unify the force despite it looking so chaotic. Yeah, the Spearhead is really interesting. Regiment of Renown, Vendense Hounds. Okay, so you get the father and daughter combo, and then you get the Warcry team with the dogs. Okay. Dice. I mean, it looks good. Oh, yeah, the Underworlds team. I forgot about the Air Fox. Made to order of Australian Firstborns. If you want these
very old metal minis, this is your chance to get them. If you do want these, keep in mind, because they are made to order, they're waiting until all the orders come in, and then it's going to take like 4 to 6 months for them to get to you. I guess Arena of Death is going to Horus Heresy. That's fun. Okay. Yeah, the Spearhead is pretty interesting. I do agree with the idea that the new Free Guild and Clanesh and stuff was probably going to be a Warcry warband. I think that's definitely the case. All right. Well, I'm going to go eat some food. And in about an hour, I'm going to watch Dune and then Tune. So, yeah. Thanks for coming by, everybody. If for some reason you're still watching this and you're like, I hate that these VODs are on the main channel, I like money. And also, it's a good way to pad out the algorithm to let people know that we're still doing stuff. And not dead. You know? So yeah. Look forward to new stuff. And yeah. I'll be around for part 2 maybe. Yeah. I haven't seen part 2, but I have seen part 1. So I'll be pretty touch and go with part 1. But then part 2 I'll be locked in. Anyway. Hey everybody. I'll see you around. Hey, see you tomorrow for Nikki, probably. We'll see. Most likely Nikki. Most likely a Nikki. Yeah. Oh, shoot. Oh, excuse me. What the? Oh, I've been attacked. The spirit of Buff Dobby has punched me in the throat. All right. Have a good one, everybody.